Thank you very much. Welcome to the Planning and Development Committee meeting of July 6th. This meeting will be held through remote electronic participation in accordance with the Municipal Act 2001 as amended by Bill 187, the Municipal Emergency Act 2020 in order in council from March 2020, which amended the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act and prohibits organized public events of more than 5 people. City Council has authorized virtual meetings of its committees with all members participating remotely to facilitate the continuation of city businesses during the current pandemic. We will begin the meeting with the city clerk calling the roll for attendance at today's meeting.
Members, I will call your name. Councillor Santos?
Here.
Councillor Vicente?
Present.
Councillor Willens?
Here.
Councillor Paleschi?
Present.
Councillor Bowman?
Present.
Chair Medeiros is present. Councillor Williams?
I'm here.
Councillor Fortini?
Present.
Councillor Singh?
Present.
And Councillor Dillon has not yet joined the meeting.
So he just texted me, Peter. He can hear the meeting. He's online, but he can't speak or chat.
So, Mr. Chair, can he identify how he identified himself to join the meeting? Because I don't see his name in the meeting list. So he can send me an email with how he's identified himself, and then I can pull him into the meeting.
He says he's on WebEx.
I will email him. I don't see him in the meeting attendee list at this moment, unless he's in there as under another name, which I'm not aware of.
Okay, we'll proceed. Thank you very much, and hopefully we can get Councillor Dillon on board. Approval of our agenda. I will ask the clerk to first review the changes to the agenda since its publication of the proposed consolidated agenda on Friday evening.
So, Mr. Chair, I will just identify that there are a number of changes to the agenda. An email was sent to members of committee about an hour ago with last-minute changes. The changes are shown on the screen. There are a number of additional delegations. I will not read them all, but we have accounted for them, and they will be called into the meeting at the appropriate time. So there's an additional delegation for item 6.1. If you can scroll down, Charlotte, a little bit, there's some additional delegations for 6.8. There's a revised appendix for staff report 8.1 on mature neighborhoods, nurturing neighborhoods. Under additional correspondence, 14.1, 14.2, 14.3, there's additional correspondence that has been received and is numbered correspondingly with the chronological order of correspondence listed on the agenda for tonight's meeting. And then we can go to additional correspondence 14.4 and 14.7 and added correspondence 14.8. And I believe then there is additional new correspondence 14.10 in regards to tonight's meeting.
Okay, thank you. Does any member wish to add a business item to today's meeting? If so, use the chat function in WebEx to add your name to the speakers list. Okay, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to defer item 8.3 to such time where we can safely have delegations appear before us in person to delegate. It's a highly contentious development. I've received emails and petitions, which the clerk has a copy of now with up to 60 people. Many residents wish to be able to stand before us and exercise their right to be heard. A lot of these are seniors who don't know the technology or maybe don't have the technology to join us. I think it's important enough for us to defer the item until it's safe for them to stand before us and freely express their comments and concerns. These are extraordinary times right now, and I think we need to get this one right. So I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Okay, now City Clerk, do we do that when the item comes up, or do we do that right at the beginning of the agenda approval?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it can be done at the time of approval of the agenda. So it's a proper motion that's placed by Councillor Bowman. So it can be considered now, just in the interest of all those that are potentially here for that item to deal with it now.
Okay, do I go on to the next speaker? I see Councillor Singh, or do we deal with this item first?
You can go on to the next speaker for approval of the agenda, and then when we take the vote, I believe Councillor Bowman asked for a recorded vote, and we can do a recorded vote only on that portion to defer, and then deal with the regular balance of the motion for any other amendments to the agenda.
Okay, so I'll go to the next speaker, Councillor Singh.
I'd just like to add an item on sustainability and development, a discussion item.
Okay, and City Clerk, that will be item.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just bear with me here. That would be under new business, which I believe is item 10. It would be 10.1.
Okay. Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Peter, just a quick question to Jeff Bowman. I didn't know this could be done as it's a public meeting, because I also have a lot of requests for 5.9. A lot of people have concerned the same thing to me. We met online with the mayor. There was over 300 people, and a lot of them don't have technology, and there was only 25 people online. If that could be deferred, then I'd like to defer 5.9 the same and wait until the people actually could come and speak, because there was a lot of concerns on that the same, and I thought it could not be done as it's a public meeting. So if that could be done, then I'd like to also defer 5.9 for all my residents for Cottrell and McLean to come in and speak freely on their behalf when it's time that they actually could come into City Hall. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I'll start that the item that Councillor Bowman is proposing to defer is item 8.3, so it's not one of the 10 statutory public notice items. It's a recommendation report, a final recommendation report, and that, like any other business outside the statutory public meeting, is a proper item of business that can be subject to deferral should committee wish to do so. The statutory public meeting items 5.1 through 5.10 traditionally have been dealt with at the meeting tonight, as they were public notice was given and the public was advised of this is an opportunity to provide input on those particular development proposals.
Okay, so it's a public meeting here, so I cannot defer this to 5.9. Okay, thank you. Just a thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fortini. So at this time, then we'll deal with the item of moved by Councillor Bowman. A recorded vote has been asked for.
A recorded vote's been requested on Councillor Bowman's motion to defer item 8.3 and associated correspondence and delegations. All in favor of the deferral, Councillor Santos?
No.
Councillor Vicente?
No.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
No.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Chair Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
No.
Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Singh?
No.
So, Mr. Chair, that at this point loses 5-4. Councillor Dillon, I'm looking for his vote because I'm still trying to pull him into the meeting.
Councillor Singh has written me, but I'm not sure if you need his writing and consent. I mean, his writing direct communication from him. He's provided his opinion as against, but I guess you can get that official word from him directly, City Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Dillon has just entered the chambers and he's voted no to the deferral, so the deferral does not carry.
Okay.
6-4.
So okay, thank you. As we proceed, then I do have a request in consultation with councillors from wards 1 and 5, Councillor Santos and Councillor Vicente, who have requested that we flip the order of considering items 8.3 and item 8.4, just because that they expect, and I would agree that 8.3 would have, there are a lot more delegations, and I know there's some time constraints on some of their delegations, and so I'm not opposed to it. I'm not sure if anyone is opposed to reversing that order.
I am, Councillor Willens.
Okay, was this something that we'd have to vote on, City Clerk? Well, we have to vote on the agenda as a whole, right?
That's correct. So you could vote on the agenda as a whole with the proposed varying the order to reverse 8.3 and 8.4.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, if there's no further, or Councillor Singh wishing to speak, but at the consent section. So I believe, okay, so we can now go on to vote. All opposed to the agenda with its additions. I will ask, is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. All opposed?
I'm opposed to changing the order.
Okay, that's one. Anyone else?
Opposed.
Okay. Councillor Paleshi opposed, that's two. Okay, so it's carried. So now we go on to, is that okay? That sounds weak too. Okay, and I do see a message. I'll just go behind here. And now we go, so City Clerk, we can move on to the declaration of interest.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So do any members have
I wanted to speak to the agenda. I thought we just voted on changing the order. I didn't think we voted on the agenda yet.
approval of the agenda yet? Okay, go ahead, Councillor, but I do have Councillor Singh before you, Councillor Palashi.
Okay.
Councillor Singh, go ahead.
I just wanted to speak to consent. Is now the time or do I?
Okay, we haven't gone there. Councillor Palashi has requested to speak. So Councillor Palashi, speaking to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just on the item 8.1, nurturing neighborhoods. I think that this is a really huge report that I've been trying to get through, trying to navigate. And I know they've done a ton of work with council and staff, and I think that maybe if it would be okay with other members of council to move the discussion of 8.1 directly to council when the minutes come forward. So then we have all members of council, including the mayor, here to discuss that. Is that okay for me to defer that to council?
So through you, Mr. Chair, then I believe what Councillor Paleshi is proposing is to refer the staff report I heard, but also are you referring the staff presentation both to council on Wednesday, July 8th?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Peter.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a proper motion, so that could be considered now by a majority vote in terms of approval of the agenda.
Okay, are there any objections to the referral to council of the presentation on nurturing neighborhoods?
And the report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so no one's opposed. So we can move on now to pecuniary interest. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matters to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none, the clerk will so note for the meeting. So we are now on to consent, and I'll go to you, Councillor Singh.
Yep, I deferred an item last week with Councillor Dillon, and me and Councillor Dillon had the chance to meet with staff. So we're satisfied, so it's a long meeting, so I think we're just going to add it to consent 12.1.
Okay. anyone else? So I do see here item point 4 is in consent. Councillor Santos and Councillor Vicente, are you aware of it? Are you fine with that?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, it's Councillor Santos. Indeed, we have to pull 8.4 out of consent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there are more speakers on the item. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to approve the consent motion. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Thank you. There are no objections, so the motion carries. Our next section of tonight's agenda is the statutory public meetings. This is a public meeting of the Planning and Development Committee held in accordance with requirements of the Planning Act of Ontario. The proposals to be heard at this public meeting are the result of applications made under the Planning Act. There are not proposals of the City of Brampton unless they are specifically identified as city-initiated proposals. Tonight, of our 10 statutory public meeting items are city-initiated proposals. The intent of this public meeting is to receive submissions from the public regarding these proposals. Given we have persons watching this meeting through the city's live stream, we will have staff present each of the 10 proposals subject to a statutory public meeting unless committee decides otherwise. After receiving any pre-registered delegations, members of the committee may ask questions for clarification, but will not engage in debate on the proposal at this time. Committee consideration of the proposal will occur at a future meeting when planning staff bring forward the final recommendation report on each proposal. The city also posted to its website supporting information and documentation for these development applications for public review and reference. We will now proceed to consider the 10 items on this evening's statutory public meeting agenda. After consideration of these public meeting items, committee will deal with the public of the agenda items on tonight's agenda. So we go over to item 5.1, and this is city-initiated zoning bylaw. So I believe I hand it over to the city's consultant, Bobby Gauthier from WSP Consulting, who will present, if that's correct, City Clerk, or are we going over to Michelle Gervais first?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Michelle will do the presentation, and Bobby Gauthier is here to answer any questions should committee have any questions.
Okay, my apologies, Michelle. Thank you very much, and go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Michelle Gervais, and I am the planner responsible for managing the city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment to the city's parking standards. The purpose of the public meeting tonight is to provide information to the public and to seek feedback on the city-initiated zoning bylaw amendments. No decision will be made this evening. Next slide, please. Some of the proposed amendments will apply citywide, and some will be specific to the central area or to the downtown. Next slide, please. So process to date is that a recommendation report on the comprehensive zoning bylaw was approved by council in February of this year. This report provided a status update on the comprehensive zoning bylaw review and provided direction to staff to move forward with amendments to the city's parking standards. Public notice was provided by way of an advertisement in the Brampton Guardian on June 11th. And tonight we are here at the public meeting. Next slide, please. So the city is currently undertaking both an official plan review and a comprehensive zoning bylaw review. As part of the ongoing comprehensive zoning bylaw review, staff has received feedback on the city's existing minimum parking requirements. Next slide, please. The amendments to the city's zoning bylaw parking standards are being proposed to address out-of-date parking requirements, to be consistent with current provincial policy direction, to reflect emerging trends in mobility, and to support transit-oriented development across the city. Next slide, please. The proposed parking amendments presented tonight are based on recommendations provided by WSP, which is the city's consultant retained to undertake the comprehensive zoning bylaw review. There are a total of 9 amendments, 3 of which will apply citywide and 6 that will apply to the downtown and central area. Consideration will be made to refine or broaden the proposed amendments to other areas of the city through the ongoing comprehensive zoning bylaw review. So the 3 amendments that apply citywide include reducing the minimum parking requirement for an apartment dwelling, a multiple residential dwelling, and townhouses without a private garage or driveway, reduce the minimum visitor parking requirement for senior citizen residents, and to reduce the minimum parking requirement for commercial and office uses. Next slide, please. The remaining 6 amendments will apply to the city's central area. And for the purposes of these amendments, the central area is as defined by the official plan as generally including the lands located within the Queen Street corridor between McLaughlin Road and Bramalea Road. So these amendments will include reducing the minimum residential parking requirement for an apartment dwelling, add a minimum visitor parking requirement for an apartment dwelling, and that's specific to the downtown area, incorporate maximum surface parking requirements for an apartment dwelling, incorporate bicycle parking requirements for an apartment dwelling, provide no minimum parking requirements for commercial and office uses. This one is specific to the downtown area, an amendment to one of the downtown 1 commercial zones parking provisions. I will now provide a more detailed explanation of each of the proposed zoning bylaw amendments. So the first one is a reduction to the minimum residential parking requirement for an apartment dwelling, multiple residential dwelling, and townhouses without a private garage or driveway. Currently in the bylaw, minimum parking rates, and that's for both residential and visitor, vary depending on the number of bedrooms and whether the development is a condo or rental. So this amendment proposes to blend the minimum parking rate and come up with one parking space per apartment and multiple residential dwelling unit, and a minimum rate of 1.5 per townhouse unit, and that's for townhouses without a private garage or driveway. And this is regardless of the number of bedrooms or regardless of the tenure. A minimum visitor parking rate of 0.2 parking spaces per dwelling unit is proposed, regardless of the type of unit. Next slide, please. The next amendment is with respect to a reduction to the minimum visitor parking requirement for senior citizen residents. Currently in the bylaw, senior citizen rental unit requirement is 0.5 parking space per unit plus 0.25 visitor parking spaces per unit. Proposed amendment proposes to change the minimum visitor parking rate only from 0.25 to 0.2 spaces per unit. And this will align with other proposed visitor parking requirements that was previously discussed. Next slide, please. As part of the comprehensive zoning bylaw review to date, it has been recognized that the city's parking standards for commercial and office uses are generally high compared to other similar municipalities. This amendment will focus on a few commercial and office uses. Parking requirements for other commercial uses will be addressed through the ongoing comprehensive zoning bylaw review. So on the screen here today, you'll see the types of uses that we are proposing to amend, what the current standard is, and what the proposed standard is. Quickly go through this. Medical office is currently at a rate of 1 per 12. It's proposed to be 1 per 16. Office is currently at 1 per 25, proposed to go through 1 per 30. There's currently 2 different shopping center rates, one for gross floor area less than 2,000 square meters, and that rate is at 1 per 23. And there's also another rate for a shopping center that has a gross commercial floor area greater than 2,000 square meters, and that's currently at 1 per 19. Proposing to combine those 2 rates and have an overall parking requirement at 1 per 19. Personal service shop is currently at 1 per 19, proposed 1 per 25. Restaurant is 1 per 6.25, proposing to do 1 per 6.5, and restaurant takeout is at 1.6.7. Pardon me, 1 parking space per 16.7 square meters, and proposed to do 1 per 20. Next slide, please. The next amendment is to reduce the minimum residential parking requirement for an apartment dwelling. So currently in the downtown, there is a parking requirement of 1 residential parking space per unit, and in the central area, the parking requirement varies depending on the number of bedrooms and tenure. So this amendment proposes that there be a minimum residential parking requirement of 0.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit. Next slide, please. The next amendment is to add a minimum visitor parking requirement for an apartment dwelling, and this is specific to the downtown area. And currently in the bylaw right now, there is no visitor parking requirement for an apartment dwelling. So this is to propose a very minimal rate, 0.1 parking spaces per unit. And this would only apply to a development that has 12 units or more. And a minimum visitor parking requirement of 0.2 parking spaces would continue to apply for any development for apartments within the Queen Street corridor. Next slide, please. So this one is dealing with establishing new standards with respect to maximum surface parking requirements for an apartment dwelling. So developments with fewer than 25 apartment units are proposed to be exempt. A maximum of 10% of the total number of resident and visitor parking spaces provided on a lot in conjunction with an apartment dwelling are permitted to be provided as surface parking. A maximum of 10 visitor parking spaces may be provided in the form of surface parking spaces on each lot. The maximum surface parking rate shall not apply to restrict the provision of any drop-off parking space located within 30 meters of a building entrance, provided there is a maximum of 2 drop-off parking spaces per building entrance. And also maximum surface parking will not apply to any loading space requirements. There's also a restriction in the in the downtown commercial 1 zone that prohibits surface parking and that all parking be provided in the form of structured parking. And we're proposing to retain that requirement. Next slide, please. The next one is incorporating bicycle parking requirements for an apartment dwelling. It's proposed at a rate of 0.5 spaces per unit and 0.10 visitor spaces per unit. A maximum of 50% of the required bicycle parking may be vertical spaces and the remaining would be horizontal. Provisions are proposed to be included for bicycle parking spaces, and this would include providing minimum dimensions for horizontal and vertical parking spaces, requiring that all bicycle parking must be located on the same lot as the use or building for which it is required, that all resident bicycle parking spaces be located within a building or structure that is accessible and weather protected or within bicycle lockers, and where bicycle parking spaces are provided in a common parking area, each space must contain a parking rack that is securely anchored to the ground and attached to a heavy base. So citywide bicycle parking requirements for other residential and non-residential uses will be considered through the ongoing comprehensive zoning bylaw review as it requires a more thorough analysis. Next slide, please. Next one is dealing with no minimum parking requirements for commercial and office uses, and this is specific to the downtown. Since 1995, Council has granted a series of temporary exemptions from the zoning bylaws minimum parking requirements for commercial and office uses. The most recent was approved by Council in June of last year, and that extended the parking exemption until 2024. So this is a proposal to make that exemption become permanent. Next slide, please. The last amendment tonight to dealing with parking is a minor amendment to an existing parking provision within the downtown commercial 1 zone. There is a provision there that is intended to require commercial or residential space to be occupied on the first floor of a parking garage that is adjacent to a street line. I won't read the exact wording there, but there's an extra couple words within that provision. So this is clearly just a minor amendment to clean up that provision for clarity purposes, and the intent remains unchanged. So the new wording would be no portion of a parking space or parking aisle that is located in the first floor of an above grade parking garage shall be permitted within 6 meters of an exterior wall facing a street line or within 6 meters of any street line. Next slide, please. A more fulsome assessment of parking rates will be made through the official plan review, comprehensive zoning bylaw review, and the citywide parking strategy, which may result in refinements to the parking standards presented tonight. Next slide, please. So next steps is I will assess all of the public feedback and comments received from internal commenting departments following this public meeting and prepare a recommendation report and zoning bylaw amendment for council's consideration. I will contact and follow up with those residents who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in the city-initiated amendments. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. My name and my contact information is posted on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, my apologies, City Clerk. Are there any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are not. There's just correspondence under 14.4.
Okay. Do any members have any questions? I see none. So I have a motion here moved by Councillor Fortini to approve the staff report recommendations and receive all related correspondence. The motion reads as follows: that the report titled Information Report, Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw Review, Proposed Amendments to the City Zoning Bylaw, Parking Standards Citywide, to the Planning Development Committee meeting of July 6, 2020 be received, and that Planning, Building, and Economic Development Department staff be directed to report back to Planning and Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and final recommendations. That any correspondence in regard to this item be received. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Thank you. There are no objections, so the motion carries. The statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We move on to 5.2. Again, I believe it's a presentation by Michelle Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, staff, and members of the public. Once again, my name is Michelle Gervais, and I'm the planner responsible for managing the proposed city-initiated zoning bylaw amendments. The zoning bylaw amendments being presented tonight are the results of the collaborative efforts amongst the Policy Division, Development Services Division, and Zoning Division. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the city-initiated zoning bylaw amendments. No decision will be made this evening. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning bylaw amendments that are being presented tonight at the public meeting would apply citywide. Next slide, please. So staff from various divisions have identified the need for some updates to the zoning bylaw in advance of the comprehensive zoning bylaw review. Notice of the public meeting was given by way of an advertisement in the Brampton Guardian on June 11th. And tonight we are here for the public meeting. Next slide, please. As mentioned in my previous presentation, the city is currently undertaking both an official plan review and a comprehensive zoning bylaw review. While these reviews are underway, there are a number of zoning bylaw amendments that are being proposed in advance of the comprehensive zoning bylaw being enacted. Next slide, please. There are a total of 8 zoning bylaw amendments that are being proposed. These amendments will assist with interpretation and application of the zoning bylaw, help reduce the number of minor variance applications submitted to the city, and provide the ability to regulate previously undefined structures. So these amendments include updating the definition of a lodging house to correspond with the Ontario Building Code and Fire Code, update the provisions related to boat and recreation equipment trailer parking on a residential lot, amend the below-grade entrance provisions for the interior side yard of a residential lot. Slide. Add provisions to regulate residential accessory features, amenities, buildings, and structures, including privacy screens and shade structures on raised decks. Add provisions to regulate the size and height for buildings and structures that serve as swimming pool enclosures. Add definitions for new and unrecognized types of structures. And to add a provision to specify the minimum interior dimensions for a detached garage. I will now provide more detail with respect to each of these zoning bylaw amendments. Next slide, please. So the first amendment is a change to the lodging house definition. The current definition in the zoning bylaw describes a lodging house as involving more than 3 lodgers. The new definition of a lodging house will harmonize with the Ontario Building Code and the Fire Code, which describes the use as involving more than 4 lodgers. Next slide, please. The second amendment is a change to the boat and recreation equipment trailer parking provisions. There was a recent amendment that council approved back in September 2019 dealing with boat and recreation equipment trailer parking. So some of these amendments are proposed to be amended as follows. Remove the new definition for utility trailer, which had the unintended effect of prohibiting previously permitted utility trailers that are not carrying recreational equipment from being stored in the interior side yard or rear yards. Establish a maximum size restriction for permitted utility trailers not carrying recreational equipment vehicles. Clarify the size, height, location, and number of trailers carrying various seasonal recreational equipment that may be parked, stored in each yard simultaneously, and regulate camper trailers based on size, not style. And to clarify that trailers may be parked, stored in both yards, subject to varying restrictions on size and height. Next slide, please. This amendment is to deal with below-grade entrances in the interior side yard. Currently in the zoning bylaw, below-grade entrances are prohibited in a required interior side yard, front yard, or exterior side yard. This amendment will only deal with provisions related to a below-grade entrance in an interior side yard only. So the construction of an exterior stairway below the established grade will still be prohibited in a required interior side yard, except where a continuous side yard setback of a minimum of 1.2 meters is provided on the opposite side of the dwelling from where the exterior stairway will be located. No changes are proposed with respect to prohibiting below-grade entrance in the front yard or exterior side yard. Next slide, please. Next amendment is swimming pool enclosures. The zoning bylaw does not currently prescribe a limitation on the size and height of a swimming pool enclosure. So we're proposing 2 new requirements to be added to the zoning bylaw. A swimming pool enclosure shall have a maximum gross floor area of 23 square meters and a maximum building height of 4 meters on a lot in a residential hamlet or a residential estate zone, or on a lot in an agricultural zone where the lot area is 2 hectares or less. And a swimming pool enclosure shall have a maximum gross floor area of 15 square meters and a maximum building height of 3 meters on a lot in all other residential zones. Next slide, please. This amendment is dealing with residential balconies, decks, and porches. Currently, there are no definitions for a residential balcony, deck, or porch in the zoning bylaw, so these are proposed to be added. Another provision is to add a minimum setback for a balcony, deck, and porch to a lot line is proposed to be added, notwithstanding the maximum permitted encroachments for these structures. Provision related to the permitted size of a roof projection extending above a residential balcony, deck, and/or porch is proposed to be modified to provide clarity of application and to allow modest increase to the amount it can encroach into the required rear yard setback from 1.8 meters to a maximum of 2 meters, or the depth of the deck, balcony, or porch, whichever is less. Next slide, please. The next amendment is dealing with privacy screens and shade structures on raised decks. The zoning bylaw does not specifically include any provisions related to the addition of privacy screens and shade structures on residential raised decks. So we're proposing to add a new definition for a privacy screen, along with the following new regulations. A privacy screen shall be permitted on any patio, porch, deck, landscape deck, or balcony, subject to the following: shall not exceed a maximum height of 1.8 meters. An individual side or segment of a screening shall not project more than 2 meters from the wall of the dwelling, and a privacy screen affixed to a landscape deck shall have a minimum setback of 0.6 meters from any lot line. Another new provision is that one open-sided shade structure, gazebo, or pergola shall be permitted on an elevated platform, provided that the building height of the accessory structure does not exceed 3 meters when measured from the walking surface of the platform, and the structure has a maximum gross floor area of 10 square meters. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw has not been updated to address new building types that have been introduced into residential neighborhoods. New definitions and regulations for these accessory structures are proposed. You can see on the screen here, we're proposing a definition for a Quonset hut and for an intermodal shipping container. A new regulation for Quonset huts, intermodal shipping containers, and transport trailers is proposed that will prohibit these structures from being used as an accessory structure, detached garage, or carport in any residential zone or in an agricultural zone where the lot area is 2 hectares or less. Next slide, please. The last amendment is with respect to minimum interior dimensions for a detached garage. The zoning bylaw includes a provision that regulates the minimum interior dimensions of an attached garage. However, there are no minimum interior dimensions for a detached garage. So this amendment proposes a new provision that will require a detached garage to have an interior space, a rectangular area not less than 2.7 meters by 5.4 meters with no more than 1 step encroachment. Next slide, please. Considerations were made to refine the proposed amendments in conjunction with the ongoing comprehensive zoning bylaw review. Next slide, please. I'll review any comments from the public and any technical comments from internal divisions and prepare a final recommendation report and zoning bylaw amendment that will be forwarded to council. I will contact and follow up those residents who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring these amendments and advise them when the recommendation report and zoning bylaw amendment will be forwarded to planning committee and council. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online and the presentation will be available online shortly. My name and my contact information is posted on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any delegations regarding this item?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not. We just have correspondence item 14.10.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. I do see members of committee on the board. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Michelle, for your thorough report. I just have one quick question about when we're talking about shipping containers. I think there are some or maybe all members of council have been approached by a few different designers as of lately that are looking to incorporate shipping containers in more of an affordable style apartment or building structure. Does this report before us speak or prohibit that opportunity?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no, it doesn't. This is providing a definition of what an intermodal shipping container will be, and it's mainly to prohibit these types of structures to be, an accessory structure or a detached garage or carport. It doesn't speak to it as functioning as a main dwelling unit.
Okay, perfect. That was kind of what I thought and what I got from your presentation, but I just wanted to confirm. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Palashi. That was my first question as well, because that does represent a very good type of affordable housing that we should be looking at in the future. Michelle, second question I've got is you mentioned the side setback of 2 meters on a house where a stairway is being built on the outside. So am I to understand now that we are allowing stairs to be built and dug below grade with almost no setback from the side property line as long as they have 2 meters on the opposite side of the house?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, partially correct. Yes, we are allowing a below grade stairway to be built within the required side yard setback as long as there's a minimum of 1.2 meters on the opposite side of the dwelling from where the exterior stairway. So not 2 meters, 1.2, 4 feet.
Okay, so even less. So if there is ever an emergency, what we're saying is we're telling emergency responders to run around the other side of the house to get into the second unit. Basically, that's what we're saying.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes. as long as there's one side of the dwelling where there's unencumbered access, and I feel that 4 feet is appropriate. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just a very quick question related to the parking. Is there going to be consideration for electric charging stations?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Santos, I guess you're referring to the first presentation on the amendments to the parking standards. Yes, we just met with Bobby, the consultant from WSP today, and that was definitely on our list to consider to be including and be addressed through the ongoing comprehensive zoning bylaw review.
Thank you, and that was for the previous presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Singh. Councillor Singh? Okay, I'll move on to Councillor.
I started speaking and I just realized I was on.
No problem. Go ahead, Councillor Singh.
So I just want to thank staff for taking time to work on streamlining these bylaws. I'm fully supportive, and also see Rick on the line, who's actually on vacation but attending. And I just want to thank you as well, and Michelle, good job. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Councillor Plushy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a follow-up question to Councillor Bowman's. So how are we going to advise firefighters when they're going to fight a fire at a house that they would not be able to get around one side of the house, they'll only be able to get around the other side of the house?
For you, Mr. Chairman, perhaps.
Michelle, this is Rick.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, Rick.
Okay, thank you. So let me maybe speak to that. And Councillor Singh, thank you for the recognition of the efforts that went into the report. So Councillor Bowman and Councillor Paleshi, I think typically speaking, when these below-grade entrances are put in the side yard, this isn't uncommon to see that at one side, the below-grade entrance, what we're seeing are common, I guess, applications to the Committee of Adjustment to allow these below-grade entrances in the side yard. And typically, when you go into the below-grade entrance from the side yard, you're entering down the stairs from the front of the building. So really what this is intended to do is, to reduce the number of Committee of Adjustment applications that we have coming through for this type of scenario. And B, it's not uncommon, I guess, what we want to do is maintain really access to the rear yard for the homeowner, not so much the emergency responder. The emergency responder will go to the primary entrance of either dwelling, being the front door of the main dwelling or the below-grade entrance of the accessory dwelling, both of which would be accessible from a clear path of travel to the street. That means of egress from either dwelling unit has to be maintained from the door out to the street. So in either case, we're not necessarily anticipating any first responders to have to go around to the rear of the dwelling and then loop back, for instance, to access the dwelling.
So I guess, Rick, my only question then would be if it was a backyard or the back of a house fire, or a house that could only be accessed through maybe like I'm just thinking maybe the back split, and there is somebody in the basement of the dwelling, that it would be easier to get them out the backyard. I guess kind of what I'm thinking.
Right, and in those scenarios, because we've got that 1.2 meter clear path of travel down one side, we felt it would be reasonable to obstruct the other side. And so, I mean, there would be very few circumstances where where it would be necessary to have that alternative path. And you know, we've consulted with the fire departments on this scenario, and our understanding is that this wasn't something that was felt to be prohibitive in terms of you know, evacuation or exiting somebody from either of the dwelling units.
And that's good, and I appreciate that you have consulted. I guess what I'm thinking of and trying to be a little bit proactive on, if somebody decides to put in the side of the yard, prohibiting people from getting around that side, and then they have an existing, let's say, air conditioner, gas meter storage on the other side of their yard, then both accesses have now been blocked off for any emergency response to get into to the rear of the house. That's kind of what I'm just worried about.
Yeah, understandable. Okay. So, so I don't know that we've clearly defined in this scenario when we're thinking of an unobstructed path of travel. I know at this point in time we would include things like an air conditioner. I don't think we include a gas meter, for instance, anything that protrudes into the side yard by, you know, less than 18 inches or maybe it's 600 millimeters. I'll have to defer to Elizabeth on that one. But for something like an air conditioner, I think we would consider that to be an obstruction.
Sure. Okay, and I know that this is just a public portion, Mr. Chair. I'm just kind of looking for maybe the opportunity to have these questions come back and have the fulsome discussion when the report comes to council for ratification. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Rick. Rick, I hope you're enjoying your vacation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Palashi. As I see there's no further questions, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to approve the staff report recommendations and receive all related correspondence. The motion reads as follows: that the report titled Information Report City Initiated Amendments to the Zoning Bylaw Citywide to the Planning Development Committee meeting of July 6th be received. The Planning, Building and Economic Development Department staff be directed to report back to Planning and Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and final recommendations. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Okay, there are no objections, so statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We are now going on to application for item 5.3 to amend the zoning bylaw. Brampton, 5085 Mayfield Road, east of Airport Road and south of Mayfield Road. And I believe we have staff presentation from Mark Michiniak, and my apologies for the pronunciation. Welcome, Mark.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, committee members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Mark Michiniak, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and to seek feedback on the application filed by Weston Consulting on behalf of Mayfield Commercial Center Limited. Next slide, please. The subject property is located within Ward 10 in the northeast part of Brampton. It is located on the east side of Airport Road and the south of Mayfield Road. Next slide. The applicant is proposing a commercial and office development. The proposal would permit a gross floor area of 20,257 square meters over 14 buildings to accommodate a variety of uses, including personal service shops, offices, restaurants, retail, supermarkets, and a hotel. The zoning bylaw amendment will be required to permit these proposed uses. The applicant has indicated that the property will be condominium tenured. Draft plan of condominium was not submitted as part of the application and will be required at a later date. Next slide. This map shows property owners within 240 meters of the proposed development. Owners of these properties would have received notice by direct mail with respect to the proposal. Notice was also provided in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and on the City of Brampton website. Next slide. Surrounding land uses include to the north, vacant lands currently in agricultural use within the town of Caledon. To the west, across Airport Road, a variety of uses including a gas station, convenience retail, residential, agricultural, and a cultural center and a cemetery. To the south, a temporary outdoor storage facility with transport trucks occupying a majority of the site. And to the east, an existing residential area consisting of low-density buildings. Next slide. As part of the zoning bylaw amendment, staff requested that the applicant submit a tertiary plan for the entire site located in the southeast corner of Mayfield and Airport Road. Tertiary plans are intended to ensure that new developments complement and improve the community, prevent parcels from being landlocked or undevelopable, assess functional site servicing, and mitigate any adverse impacts on surrounding areas. Staff are authorized to endorse tertiary plans as non-secondary appendices to the secondary plan. The site was identified as a candidate for a tertiary plan because of the potential impacts on adjacent properties not participating in this application, located in the corner of Airport and Mayfield Roads, and south along Airport Road. Next slide, please. The subject properties are designated business corridor in the official plan. An amendment to the official plan is not required. Next slide. Subject properties are designated highway/service commercial in the Vale of Castlemore secondary plan. An amendment to the secondary plan is required to include the tertiary plan. Next slide, please. The subject property is currently zoned residential hamlet 1 in the zoning bylaw, which only prevents single detached dwellings. An amendment to the zoning bylaw will be required in order to permit the proposed uses. Next slide. There are a number of issues that staff are monitoring on this file. Staff to mitigate any adverse impacts on surrounding areas, including the existing residential community to the east. Staff to review for opportunities for pedestrian-oriented development, including orientation of buildings, pedestrian connections, and creating visual interest. Staff to consider principles of transit supportive development, connectivity, and accessibility. Staff to ensure that parcels do not become landlocked or undevelopable. And staff to assess internal circulation patterns to ensure the network promotes ease and safe travel within the whole site. Next slide. This slide shows where staff are in the review of the application. The application has been circulated to city departments as well as other agencies for technical comments. Notice of the public meeting was given to property owners in the vicinity of the property and published in the newspaper and on the city's website. We are now at the public meeting stage. Committee members and staff are here to listen to any feedback. After tonight's meeting, comments received from city departments, agencies, members of the public, and matters raised through the public delegations will be reviewed and evaluated. The proposal will be further assessed against the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, the regional official plan, the city's official plan, and secondary plan. Once the analysis and evaluation is complete, staff will return to the Planning and Development Committee with a recommendation report. The recommendation report will address all matters raised by members of the public, external agencies, and other city departments. Anyone that provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the recommendation report will be considered by the committee. Once City Council makes a decision on the application, there is an opportunity to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. Slide. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. Again, my name is Mark Mishniak. My contact information is posted on the screen. Also on the screen is contact information for the applicant, Kurt Franklin of Weston Consulting. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mark. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we do. Kurt Franklin, the representative for the applicant, wishes to delegate, and there's correspondence 14.2.
Okay, welcome. I believe it was Kirk.
Yes, I'm here, but I'm afraid I'm still muted.
Kurt, you're not muted now. You're okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. I was confusing my reds and my blacks on the screen.
Happens to us all.
That's right. So I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words here tonight. My name is Kurt Franklin, planner with Weston Consulting. We are the planners for Mayfield Commercial Center Limited and the applicants who have submitted this application before you. We will be working with and have been working with diligently with city staff to ensure that this development is positive for the city. As you can see on the screen before you is a tertiary plan that has been submitted. This was a critical item in the process of developing this application to ensure that all of the lands around us are able to develop in an efficient manner. So parking has been calculated across the whole of the tertiary plan. Services have been brought also to the boundaries of the other non-participating landowners. And I know the existing landowner has also reached out to various landowners to see about working together. We have read the correspondence from KLM planners regarding 6029 Mayfield, and we'll be reaching out to them this week as well, sharing the tertiary plan, discussing their concerns, and giving them what information we have on how all of these lands can work together. So at this point, I'm prepared and open to answer any questions that yourself or members of committee might have.
Thank you very much. I do not see anyone on the board, but I thank you. And I believe I do have a motion here moved by Councillor Singh to approve the staff report recommendations and received all related correspondence and delegations. That the report from Mark Michniak from Development Planner, Planning and Development Services dated May 29th, 2020 to the Planning Development Committee meeting of June 22nd, 2020, entitled Information Report, Application to amend the zoning bylaw, Brampton, Weston Consulting, Ward 10 be received, and that Planning Development Services staff be directed to report back to the Planning Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and the staff recommendation subsequent to the completion of the circulation of the application and comprehensive evaluation of the proposal. That the delegation's correspondence in regards to this item be received. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Thank you. There are no objections, so the motion carries. Statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. Our next item, again in Ward 10, application to amend the zoning bylaw and draft plan of subdivision, Casa North Investments Incorporated, Sandringham Palace, Birkenfield Management Incorporated, Wolverley Construction Limited, KLM Planning Partners, 5603 Mayfield Road, 11825 Torbram Road, east of Torbram Road, south of Mayfield Road, north of Countryside Drive, and west of Airport Road, Ward 10. And I believe it's Mark. Again, welcome, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mark Michniak. I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject proposal. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the proposal filed by KLM Planning Partners on behalf of DG Group. Next slide. The subject property is located within Ward 10 in the northeast part of Brampton. It is located within the block circumscribed by Torbram Road on the east, Mayfield Road on the north, Airport Road on the west, and Countryside Drive on the south. Next slide, please. This proposal is one of three presented here tonight within the Countryside Villages plan area. Subject area is outlined in red, whereas the other proposals are shown in black. Next slide, please. The applicant is generally proposing to develop a residential community. The proposal would permit 1,102 residential units in a combination of single dwellings, townhouse dwellings, and units within mixed use and medium density buildings. A draft plan of subdivision is required to create the necessary lots and blocks for this development, and a zoning bylaw amendment will permit the proposed uses. Next slide. This map shows properties within 240 meters of the proposed development. Owners of these properties would have received notice by direct mail with respect to the proposal. Notice was also provided in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and on the City of Brampton's website. Next slide. Surrounding land uses include, to the north, vacant lands currently in agricultural use across Mayfield Road within the town of Caledon. To the west, vacant lands currently in agricultural use across Torburn Road. To the south, at the northeast corner of Torburn Road and Countryside Drive, there are existing institutional and commercial uses. Across Countryside Drive, there is an existing residential development containing a mix of low-density dwellings and a school. The southwest corner of Airport Road and Countryside Drive, there is an existing commercial development. To the east, at the southwest corner of Mayfield Road and Airport Road, there is a variety of commercial and institutional uses. Fronting onto Airport Road, there are vacant tablelands and an existing dwelling. Across Airport Road, there is a variety of existing commercial and industrial uses, and beyond that, low-density residential. Although a majority of surrounding land uses are currently agricultural in nature, the area is planned to develop into a residential community. Tonight alone, staff will have presented 3 development proposals in the area. There is also a listed cultural heritage resource at 11825 Torburn Road that once contained a house associated with the Rain family. Given the poor condition of the farmstead, council approved demolition of this building in 2011, subject to a number of recommendations. Next slide, please. The applicant is requesting to permit 1,102 residential dwelling units comprised of 474 single detached dwellings, 216 townhouse dwellings, 52 medium density units, and 360 units within mixed-use buildings. 2 institutional blocks for the development of schools, 4 open space blocks, 3 stormwater management ponds, 1 convenience retail block, valley land and associated buffer blocks, public roadways and laneways, including a portion of Inspire Boulevard. The mixed-use block on the north and south side of Inspire Boulevard will contain a mix of residential and commercial and office uses. Slide, please. The subject properties are designated residential and open space in the official plan. An amendment to the official plan is not required. Slide. The proposed residential low density, residential medium density, public secondary school, public junior elementary school, mixed use, neighborhood park, stormwater management facility, retail, and valley land in the Countryside Villages secondary plan. An amendment to the secondary plan is not required. Slide. The property is identified as low/medium density residential, medium density residential, school, mixed use, park, stormwater management, commercial, compensation areas, valley land, and 10-meter buffer in the Countryside Villages block plan 48-2. An amendment to the block plan is not required. Slide. The subject property is currently zoned agricultural and floodplain in the zoning bylaw. This only permits agricultural uses and single detached dwelling. An amendment to the zoning bylaw will be required in order to permit the proposed uses. Next slide. There are a number of issues that staff are monitoring on this file, including staff have not deemed the application complete at this time. The archaeological assessment has not been completed. If there are any changes to the development proposal, future public meeting may be required. Staff are to review implications of this application on the adjacent lands and the growth management, staging, and sequencing strategy. Slide. This slide shows where staff are in the review of the proposal. Staff are waiting for the applicant to submit required documents in order to deem the application complete. The submitted documents have been circulated to city departments as well as other agencies for technical comment. Notice of the public meeting was given to property owners in the vicinity of the property and published in the newspaper and on the city's website. We are now at the public meeting stage. Committee members, staff are here to listen to feedback. After tonight's public meeting, comments reviewed from city departments, agencies, members of the public, and matters raised through public delegations will be reviewed and evaluated. The proposal will be further assessed against the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, the regional official plan, and the city's official plan and secondary plan. Once the analysis and evaluation is complete, staff will return to the Planning and Development Committee with a recommendation report. The recommendation report will address all matters raised by members of the public external agencies, and other city departments. Anyone that provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the recommendation report will be considered by the committee. Once City Council makes a decision on the application, there is opportunity to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. Next slide, please. The report associated with is available online, and the presentation will be available shortly. Ms. Mark Mishniak, and my contact information is posted on the screen. Also on the screen is contact information for the applicant, Keith McKinnon of KLM Planning Partners. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mark. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no specific delegations. We have a representative from the applicant, Alistair Shields, who can do a presentation if requested, and we have correspondence 14.7.
Is there any members of the committee that would like to see a presentation? No? Okay. Are there any questions no questions? So I have a motion here moved by Councillor Dillon to approve the staff report recommendations and receive all related delegations and all related correspondence. That the report from Mark Michniak of Development Planner, Planning and Development Services dated June 12th, 2020 to the Planning Development Committee meeting of July 6, 2020. Information report proposal to amend the zoning bylaw draft plan of subdivision, Casa North Investments, Sandrium Place Incorporated, Birkenfield Management Incorporated, Wolverley Construction Limited, KLM Planning Partners Incorporated, Ward 10. That Planning Development Services staff be directed to report back to the Planning Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and the staff recommendations subsequent to the application having been deemed complete. Subsequent to the completion of the circulation of the application, the comprehensive evaluation of the proposal. That the delegations and correspondence in regards to this item be received. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative.
Councillor Darrell,
Yeah.
I'm putting question.
Oh, my apologies. Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Quickly, my question is more to Mark. Looking at, well over half are low residential, low density. I just wanted some clarification how this aligns to Vision 2040 and the fact, declared a climate change emergency as well.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, perhaps I can respond to the Councillor Singh. This is Alan Parsons here. Councillor Singh, really, as noted within the residential subdivision in the concept plan for it, it did show that Inspire Road really curls through the area as developed, or as proposed for development. And along Inspire Road, there are added density development areas along it. The majority of the lands really away from Inspire Road are proposing single detached development mainly. Along Inspire Road, really where there is to be heightened levels of transit, really additional activity that's planned from the members of the community, nodal areas. There are townhouses that are proposed along with mixed-use development and live-work development as well. Really at the intersection of the arterial roads with Inspire Road, there is proposals for medium-density mixed-use blocks. So it's through those areas, along the nodal area, along the Spine Road, that additional density helps us to achieve the elements of the 2040 vision with nodal areas and some heightened density. So alongside that, this is a block plan that was approved previously by staff and through council, and the application is conforming to that plan. And there is really a proposal to achieve sustainability and heightened levels of sustainability as per our matrix through the plan that is achieved by way of some of those little areas referenced.
And is there opportunities for, I guess, more alignment? Because the reason I'm asking is, we see infill properties and then we want to make them as dense as possible. Whereas massive properties like this, there's more we can do, right? So is there, I get it, it's a block plan, please, but I just wanted clarification if there's more opportunity for alignment with 2040 and with a climate change emergency.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, again, Councillor Singh, staff would gladly really speak with the applicants here about their proposal and whether there is some intent or willingness to really readdress elements that have come forward to us thus far for our review to see if they might be willing to propose some changes to allow some additional heightened density within key areas, nodal areas within the site. So staff will take that back and follow up with the applicant to ask to see whether there is some willingness to look at some potential changes in that way to increase sustainability metric scoring as well.
Thank you. And I was going to say the same comments for 5.5 and 5.7, but noticing it's KLM, I don't want to sound like a broken record player. So those comments go for those reports as well. And, just know you have the councillor support for additional, whether it's density or mixed use. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to acknowledge and appreciate Councillor Singh and his advocacy and support for density even in green development areas. Councillor Vicente and I in wards 1 and 5 in the downtown area, I know we're going to be talking about an application shortly. We advocate for density and intensification in infill areas, and sometimes it's difficult to get developers to look at more density outside of just single detached housing in greenfield areas. I think it's super important, as Councillor Singh has pointed out, with respect to how we address sustainability and climate change, that we don't just depend on infill in wards 1 and 3, that we also look in some of the other areas where there's opportunity to start to shift this culture away from just building single detached housing and looking at better ways to develop greenfield areas. So I just want to express my appreciation to Councillor Singh for that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Santos. So as I see no further comments to the motion that I previously read, is there anyone who would like me to read this again? No? Okay. So is there anyone opposed to the motion moved by Councillor Dillon? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Thank you. There are no objections, so the motion carries. Statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. So we go over to the next item, and I will send it back to you, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. My name is Mark Mishniak, and I am the planner assigned to process and review the subject proposal. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the proposal filed by KLM Planning Partners on behalf of DG Group. Next slide, please. The subject property is located within Ward 9 in the northeast part of Brampton. It is located on the west side of Torbram Road between Mayfield and Countryside Drive. Next slide. This proposal is one of 3 presented here tonight within the Countryside Villages plan area. The subject area is outlined in red, whereas the other proposals are shown in black. Next slide, please. The applicant is generally proposing to develop a residential community. The proposal would permit 601 residential units in a combination of single dwellings, townhouse dwellings, live-work units, and units within mixed-use buildings. Draft plan of subdivision is required to create the necessary lots and blocks for this development, and a zoning bylaw amendment will permit the proposed uses. Slide. This map shows properties within 240 meters of the proposed development. Owners of these properties would have received notice by direct mail with respect to the proposal. Notice was also provided in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and on the City of Brampton website. Slide, please. Surrounding land uses include, to the north, vacant lands currently in agricultural use. To the west, vacant lands currently in agricultural use. To the south, vacant lands currently in agricultural use. And to the east, vacant lands also in agricultural use. Although the surrounding land uses are all currently agricultural in nature, the area is planned to develop into a residential community. Tonight alone, staff will have presented 3 development proposals in this area. The applicant is requesting to permit 601 residential dwelling units comprised of 107 single detached dwellings, 158 townhouse dwellings, 17 live-work units, and 319 units within mixed-use buildings. 2 institutional blocks for the development of elementary schools, 2 open space blocks, valley land and associated buffer blocks, and public roadways and laneways, including a portion of Inspire Boulevard. An interesting feature of this proposal is the mixed-use block located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Tobram Road and the future extension of Inspire Boulevard. The block will contain a mix of residential, commercial, and office uses adjacent to an urban square, and live-work units are proposed south of Inspire Boulevard. Next slide, please. The subject property is designated residential and open space in the official plan. An amendment to the official plan is not required. Next slide. The property is designated residential low density, residential medium density, separate elementary school, public junior elementary school, mixed use, valley land, in the Countryside Villages secondary plan. An amendment to the secondary plan is not required. The property is identified as low/medium density residential, medium density residential, school, mixed use, park, valley land, and 10-meter buffer in the Countryside Villages block plan, 48-2. An urban square is identified at the intersection of Tobram Road and Inspire Boulevard. An amendment to the block plan is not required. Next slide. The subject property is currently zoned agricultural in the zoning bylaw, which only permits agricultural uses in single detached dwellings. An amendment to the zoning bylaw will be required in order to permit the proposed uses. Next slide. There are a number of issues that staff are monitoring on this file. Staff have not deemed the application complete at this time. The archaeological assessment has not been completed. If there are any changes to the development proposal, a future public meeting may be required. Staff are also to review implications of this application on the adjacent lands and growth management, staging, and sequencing strategy. Slide. This slide shows where staff are in the review of the proposal. Staff are waiting for the applicant to submit required documents in order to deem the application complete. The submitted documents have been circulated to city departments as well as other agencies for technical comment. Notice of the public meeting was given to property owners within the vicinity of the property and published in the newspaper and on the city's website. We are now at the public meeting stage. Committee members and staff are here to listen to any feedback. After tonight's meeting, comments received from city departments, agencies, members of the public, and matters raised through the public delegations will be reviewed and evaluated. The proposal will be further assessed against the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, the regional official plan, and the city's official plan and secondary plan. Once the analysis and evaluation is complete, staff will return to Planning and Development Committee with a recommendation report. The recommendation report will address all matters raised by members of the public, external agencies, and other city departments. Anyone that provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the recommendation report will be considered by the committee. Once City Council makes a decision on the application, there is an opportunity to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. Next slide. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online. The presentation will be available online shortly. Again, my name is Mark Mishniak, and my contact information is posted on the screen. Also on screen is contact information for the applicant, Keith McKinnon of KLM Planning Partners. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mark. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not. Alistair Shields, a representative of the applicant, is present and has a presentation should the committee wish to receive the presentation and get more information.
Are there any members of the committee who would like to see a presentation? I see no. Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to approve the staff report recommendations and receive all related delegations and correspondence. That the report from Mark Michniak, Development Planning Planning Development Services dated June 12, 2020 to the Planning Development Committee meeting of July 6, entitled Information Report, Proposal to Amend the Zoning Bylaw and Draft Plan of Subdivision, Brick-and-Field Management Incorporated, KLM Planning Partners Incorporated, Ward 9, to be received, and that Planning Development Services staff be directed to report back to the Planning Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and the staff recommendation subsequent to the application having been deemed complete, subsequent to the completion of the circulation of the application and comprehensive evaluation of the proposal. That the delegations and correspondence in regards to this item be received. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Thank you. There are no objections, so the motion carries. Statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We go to item 5.6, application amend the zoning bylaw proposed draft plan, Gangan Walker Domes, Credit View, 11 Holdings, 9401 Credit View Road, east side of Credit View Road, south of Williams Parkway, Ward 5. So I believe Nasir Mahmoud, our development planner, planning, building, and economic development. Welcome, Nasir.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and public. My name is Nasir Mahmoud, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review of the application to amend the zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan of subdivision. The purpose of this meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application. Next slide, please. The subject lands are located on the east side of Credit View Road, south of Williams Parkway. The nearest major intersection is Credit View Road and Williams Parkway. Next slide, please. The surrounding lands in this case include single detached dwellings on large lots to the north and future development blocks for single detached dwellings and existing single detached dwellings within a registered plan or subdivision to the south. Valley lands and stormwater management pond to the east, and Credit View Road and 2 vacant lots surrounded by single detached dwellings and a stormwater pond to the west. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing 8 single detached residential lots, 5 residential reserve blocks, a temporary road access to Credit View Road, a valley land buffer block, and extension of Maybeck Drive to the north. Next slide, please. The property is designated residential and open space in the official plan. The residential designation permits a broad range of residential uses with no development, while no development is proposed within the open space designation. Therefore, an amendment to the official plan is not required. The property is designated residential low density 1 and open space secondary valley land in the Credit Valley Secondary Plan Area 45. The residential low density 1 designation permits primarily single detached dwellings. It also allows a maximum density of 19.5 units per residential hectare, and lots adjacent to the areas designated executive residential are to have a minimum lot frontage of 12.2 meters. And in other areas, this designation allows lot frontage, which is maximum minimum of 11.6 meters. The current proposal satisfies these policy requirements, and therefore an amendment to the secondary plan is not required. The property is located within the Springbrook Community Block Plan for Sub-Area 45, approved in May 2007. The proposed development is consistent with the approved block plan. Next slide, please. The property is zoned agriculture in the zoning bylaw 270-2004. An amendment to the zoning bylaw would be required to rezone the property and provide appropriate zoning provisions for the new lots to facilitate the proposed development. Next slide, please. The application is currently under review, and the following technical considerations are being reviewed. These include density and the build form, access, which means includes temporary access to Credit View Road and extension of Maybeck Drive, servicing limit of development along the natural heritage system to the east, and tree preservation on the side on the property. Next slide, please. Staff's review of the application will also include the review of a number of planning policy framework documents to determine if the proposal conforms to the policy. So the policy framework that the staff will be reviewing would include the Planning Act, the Provincial Policy Statement 2020, the Growth Plan for Greater Golden Horseshoe 2017, the Region of Peel Official Plan, the City of Brampton Official Plan, and the city's design guidelines. Next slide, please. This application has been deemed complete, and it has been circulated to the related departments and agencies for review. And also the public meeting notice was circulated to the required area. And staff will continue to review the application, including reviewing of the comments from the public. Staff will, at a later stage, advance a final recommendation report to Council for a decision. Issues that have been raised will be addressed in the recommendation report. Staff will contact and follow up with those residents who have provided comments through all channels. Next slide, please. The report and the submitted materials associated with tonight's meeting are available online. The presentation will also be available online shortly. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to contact myself. My contact information is available on the last slide of the presentation, and also the contact information for the applicant is available on the last slide. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Nasir. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not. Mark Denardis is here on behalf of the applicant to answer any questions, should there be any.
Thank you very much. I do see a question on the board. Councillor Bowman.
Well, thank you. Very quickly through you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered what the total size of this lot is in hectares.
If this question is to me, the site is about 2 acres in size.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. As I see there's no other speakers, I have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to approve the staff report recommendations and receive all related delegations and correspondence. That the report titled Information Report Application to amend the zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan of subdivision in Walker Domes Professional Planners, Credit View 11 Holdings Incorporated, east side of Credit View Road, south of Williams Parkway, Ward 5, dated June 12th, to the Planning Development Committee meeting of July 6, 2020, be received. That Planning Development Services Department staff be directed to report back to the Planning Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and staff recommendation subsequent to the completion of the circulation of the application and comprehensive evaluation of the proposal. That the delegation's correspondence in regards to this item be received. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Thank you. There are no objections, so the motion carries. Statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. Item 5.7, application to amend the zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan of subdivision, development residential neighborhood with the secondary plan, stormwater management, DG Group, Kellam and Planning Partners, 2050 Countryside Drive, northwest of Countryside Drive. I believe we have Stephen Dykstra, our development planner from the Planning, Building, Economic Development. Welcome, Stephen.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee and public. My name is Stephen Dykstra. I'm the development planner assigned to process and review this application, which amends the zoning bylaw and plan and subdivision. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and to seek feedback on this application. Remembering no decisions will be made at this meeting as it is for information purposes only. Next slide. The subject property is located on the northwest side of Countryside and Torbert Road. It's a vacant site with primarily agricultural operations on the lands, and it's proposed to be developed. It's located in Ward 9. Next slide. As you can see here, the surrounding lands include single detached residential to the south, valley lands to the west, and vacant lands to the north and east that are slated to be for future residential development. Next slide. Here's what the application is proposing. Residential subdivision includes single detached dwellings and a future medium density block, secondary school, stormwater management block, and the retention of existing valley land and environmental buffers. There's also a wetland compensation area and a small park associated with the lands to the west. Next slide. Here are the highlights again. It includes 54 single detached dwellings, 40 single detached dwelling blocks, medium density block, secondary school, stormwater management block, valley land block with associated buffers, again a wetland compensation area. It's embarrassing, that's the wrong slide there. But I assure you it was circulated to everyone within a 240 meter radius. Similar to the other ones in this area that Mark McNiak presented, it is not a complete application at this time. It was circulated, and here we are at the notice of public meeting for July the 6th. Next slide. The current planning status is it meets all of the requirements except the zoning bylaw. This is where we are at with an amendment to the zoning bylaw is required. Next slide, planning framework summary. This application, where we will see where the application conforms to the official plan and secondary plan, and that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment provides the details for the framework that will allow the proposed development. Next slide. The official plan. The lands are designated residential space on Schedule A, so it does not require an amendment. Next slide. Within the secondary plan, it's designated low density residential, medium density residential, separate secondary school, public middle school, a stormwater management facility, citywide park, and valley land. It does not require amendment as the secondary plan provides sort of the framework for it. And as we'll see as we get onto the block plan, which we have in front of us now, those land uses were sort of redefined. Within the block plan, it's identified as low medium residential, medium density residential, secondary school, the stormwater management, park, valley land, the 10-meter buffer, and the compensation area. Again, this does not require an amendment. Finally, we get to the zoning bylaw, where the zones, it's currently zoned agriculture, floodplain, and institutional, which permits a school. The institutional area, as you can see here, will have to be adjusted to accommodate the secondary school as identified within the block plan. So staff have not deemed the application complete at this time, as the archaeological assessment has not been completed. If there are any changes to the development proposal, a future public meeting may need to be required. Staff have not received communication from the school board regarding the size and orientation of the institutional zone. Staff are to review the open space requirements of the compensation area and the city park. And staff, finally, are to review the implications of this application on the adjacent lands and the growth management staging and sequencing strategy. So here we are today at the public meeting. In the future, after tonight's meeting, staff will receive comments from city departments, agencies, members of the public that submitted correspondence, as well as matters raised tonight's meeting will be reviewed and evaluated. The proposal will be further assessed against the PPS, the Greater Gold Horseshoe Growth Plan, the Regional Official Plan, and the city's official plan. Once the analysis and evaluation is complete, staff will return to the Planning and Development Committee with a report. The report will address all matters raised by the public and any other city agencies. Anyone that provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the report will be considered by the committee. And once a decision is made on the application by City Council, there's an opportunity to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. Additional information and contacts. So this presentation will be found online after this meeting. I am the city planner contact, and the applicant contact is KLM, and you can contact either Alistair Shields or Keith McKinnon.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not accept Alistair Shields is present in case there are any questions and has a presentation should the committee wish to receive it.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, I do see Councillor Singh. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, withstanding my previous comments, I actually was interested. I didn't get clearly what you were saying, Stephen, about the school. So for the secondary school, did I hear correctly? The school board hasn't responded?
That's correct. There are still, the school is still evaluating the site. They have some typical formats that they use. We're looking at the access, specifically the access on Countryside and Torber Road, and ensuring that the school board have enough access onto the local roads.
Oh, okay. I see it on the map. Okay. All right. Thank you. Just wanted some clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. As I see there are no further questions or comments, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon to approve the staff report recommendations and receive all related delegations and correspondence. That the report titled Information Report Application to amend the zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan of subdivision 695-904 Ontario Incorporated, KLM Planning Partners, northwest of Countryside Drive and Torbram Road within the Countryside Villages block plan to the Planning and Development Services Committee meeting of July 6, 2020 be received. That Planning and Development Services staff be directed to report back to the Planning and Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and the staff recommendations subsequent to the application having been deemed complete. Subsequent to the completion of the circulation of the application and comprehensive evaluation of the proposal, that the delegations and correspondence in regards to this item be received. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Thank you. There are no objections, so the motion carries. The statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We go now to item 5.8, application to amend the zoning plan. Planning Partners, Merlin Holdings Incorporated, 8403 Credit View Roads, Southerly Extension of Porter Creek Hollow, and Vernosa Drive, Ward 4. And I will hand it over to Nitika Jaktiani. And my apologies. Please, Nitika, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Chair, committee members, and members of the public. My name is Nitika Jaktiani, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review this application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by KLM Planning Partners, Inc. Next slide, please. The subject lands are located on property municipally known as 8403 Credit View Road in Ward 4. Credit View Road between Chinguacousy Road and Mississauga Road to the east and west respectively, and Queen Street West and Steeles Avenue West to the north and south respectively. Next slide, please. There's currently a single detached dwelling and a detached garage proposed to be demolished on site. The property has the following characteristics. The lands are irregularly shaped and bound by the valley lands of Springbrook Creek to the east and existing low-density residential development to the west. The total site area is 6.42 hectares, of which 1.19 hectares will be developed for residential uses. The remaining lands will be dedicated towards open space and woodlots. Next slide, please. The applicant has submitted an application for a zoning bylaw amendment and a draft plan of subdivision to permit a single detached residential development. Details of the proposal include 20 residential lots for upscale single detached dwelling units with lot frontages ranging between 14.7 to 18.2 meters and lot depths ranging between 13.2 to 40.6 meters. 2 residential park blocks are to be combined with 2 existing park blocks in the subdivision to the west, also developed by the applicant to form 2 full lots. The residential lots will be served by the extension of 2 public roads from the westerly subdivision between Porter Creek Hollow and Vernosa Drive. And open space, woodlots, and vista blocks will be part of the subdivision as well. Next slide, please. This is a map showing that property owners within the 240-meter limit of the proposed development who would have received notice by direct mail with respect to the application. Notice was also provided in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and the City of Brampton website. Next slide, please. The property is currently designated residential and open space as per Schedule A of the official plan. An official plan amendment is not required to permit the proposed use. The property is designated executive residential and open space, more specifically primary valley land and significant woodlot in the Credit Valley secondary plan. The executive residential designation permits the proposed single detached dwellings. An amendment to the secondary plan is not required. Next slide. The property is zoned agriculture as per zoning bylaw 270/2004 as amended. The agricultural zone does not permit residential development. A zoning bylaw amendment is required to facilitate the proposed residential subdivision. Comments from staff and external commenting agencies are required in order to complete a comprehensive analysis for this application. The following questions have been identified at this time through staff's preliminary review of the application. These issues and any other matters identified through the processing of the application will be addressed in a future recommendation report to the Planning and Development Committee. Integration of the proposed development within the existing neighborhood and compatibility with the surrounding land uses. Ensuring a high-quality architectural design that is compatible with the built form of the surrounding area. Maintaining a satisfactory buffer from the limits of the development to the natural heritage features. Providing linkages within a comprehensive community open space system through the open space blocks, woodlots, and vista blocks. Ensuring that no net loss of natural heritage features and areas and ecological function shall occur through the proposed development of the lands, and if possible, a net gain is received. This slide shows where the staff are in the review of the application. The applicant for the zoning bylaw and draft plan of subdivision was submitted on July 29, 2019. The application was deemed complete in accordance with the requirement of the Planning Act, and a formal notice of complete application was issued to the applicant on October 1st, 2019. The application has been circulated to city departments as well as other agencies for technical comments, and the notice of the public meeting was property owners in the vicinity of the property as well as published in the paper and on the city's website. We're now at the public meeting stage where committee members and staff are here to listen to any feedbacks from residents. After tonight's public meeting, staff comments received from city departments, agencies, members of the public that submitted correspondence, as well as matters raised at tonight's meeting through the public delegations will be reviewed and evaluated. The proposal will be further assessed against the professional policy statement, the growth plan, regional official plan, and the city's official plan and secondary plan. Once the analysis and evaluation is complete, staff will return to Planning and Development Committee with a recommendation report. This report will address all matters raised by members of the public, external agencies, and any other city departments. Anyone that have provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the recommendation report will be considered by the committee. Once the decision is made on the application by City Council, there's an opportunity to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. Again, my name is Natika Jaktiani, and my contact information is posted on the screen. Also on screen is the contact information for Mr. Marshall Smith of KLM Planning Partners, Inc., who represents the property owner. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we do have one from Nigel D'Souza, and we also have representatives for the applicant Marshall Smith and Grant Uyama present in case there are any questions.
Okay, welcome, Mr. D'Souza.
Good evening, Councillor Medeiros, members of council, and fellow Brampton residents. I'm representing the neighborhood and residents of this subject matter. Our major concern at council is there are significant natural ecological features that are associated with this green space. There is significant wildlife in the Credit Valley Conservation, Woodland, Water Valley, and specific to the Springbrook Creek that is impacting this area. This habitat has been severely threatened by this build, and I've been in contact with the CVC and the neighborhood of this area. Due to COVID-19, we refrained from conducting a petition, but over 300 residents in this area, there has not been one resident who confirms and is aligned to this build based on protecting the ecosystem. In conjunction with the CVC, we're working to get some confirmation specifically about the meander belt and the regulated red side habitat that is the corridor of this protected green space. So our feedback and our concern is that the residents in this area would like to have restriction on the ban of this development and further no phases to be considered moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of the committee? No? Okay, so I have a motion moved by myself to approve staff report recommendations and receive all related delegations and correspondence. And the motion reads as the following, that the report titled Information Report Application to amend the zoning bylaw dated June 5th, 2020 to the Planning and Development Committee meeting of July 6th, 2020 be received, and that Planning and Development Services staff be directed to report back to the Planning and Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and the staff recommendations subsequent to completion of the circulation of the application, a comprehensive evaluation of the proposal, and that the correspondence in regard to this item be received. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Okay, there are no objections, so the motion carries. Statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We go now to item 5.9, application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw. Jindal Development Limited, G-Force Planners, 1965-1975 Cottrell Boulevard, west of McVean Drive, south of Cottrell Boulevard, Ward 8. I believe we have a presentation by Shelby Swinfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yep.
Excellent. So my name is Shelby Swinfield. I'm the development planner assigned to process and review this application. The purpose of this meeting today is to provide you with information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by G-Force Planners on behalf of the applicant, Jindal Developments Limited. Next slide, please. Sorry, I'm just finding my notes here. The subject property is located at 1975 Cottrell Boulevard on the southwest corner of McVean and Cottrell Boulevard. The property is comprised of two phases. The first phase consisting of a commercial plaza development, and the second phase is currently empty but is the subject of the development proposal tonight. Slide, please. The proposed development is for a 7-story stepped residential condominium apartment building, 2 townhouse blocks, and the addition of 1 commercial retail unit to the existing commercial building on site. An amendment to both the official plan and zoning bylaw are required to permit these changes. This application was previously brought to a public meeting in July of 2018, and the proposal has been significantly revised since then, hence the need for a second public meeting. The application previously included a proposal for a 3-story mixed-use building on the Phase 2 lands. Slide, please. To the north of the property is Cottrell Boulevard, beyond which is Calderstone Middle School and Bay Lawn Circle, which consists mainly of single detached dwellings. To the east of the property is McVean Drive, beyond which is a residential street. And to the south and west of the property are single detached dwellings. Slide, please. The applicant is proposing to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw to permit the development of a stepped 7-story condominium building apartment with 72 residential units, 2 townhouse blocks comprised of stacked townhouses for a total of approximately 24 stacked townhouse units, and the addition of 1 retail unit to the existing commercial building on site. Slide, please. The applicant's development proposal is generally to permit the development of the property for residential uses, including an apartment building and a form of stacked townhomes. You can see in the rendering here, this conceptually shows how the development will fit into the community. Slide, please. The applicant has also provided conceptual views of what the apartment building will look like from Cottrell Boulevard, which is the image to the left above on the screen, and the images on the right towards the bottom of the screen are the conceptual view of the proposed stacked townhouses from the interior parking area. Slide, please. The applicant has also submitted sightline drawings to demonstrate the view lines and how adjacent dwellings will be impacted by the proposed setbacks and heights of these buildings. So above is the cross-section and sightline for the apartment building from the properties that are to the west. And then for the, on the bottom rather, are the north-south sections that show the impacts from the proposed townhouse dwelling. Next slide, please. The subject application is being reviewed for consistency with the provincial policy statement and conformity with the provincial growth plan and other relevant provincial policies, the regional and city official plans. More information on that analysis will be presented within the ultimate recommendation report. Next slide, please. Currently, the official plan designates the property as residential within Schedule A of the general land use designations, and no change is proposed to this designation. Schedule A2 of the official plan designates this property as neighborhood retail. An amendment to this designation is required to permit the residential uses on a portion of the property. Within the secondary plan, the property is designated as neighborhood retail and low and medium density residential. A portion of this designation will need to be amended to facilitate the residential use on the Phase 2 lands of the property. So for this proposed change, there is both a purpose and effect. So the purpose is, what does this change mean? It means that the property will be allowed to develop with residential uses instead of just commercial uses. The effect of this, what this change will do, is that the ultimate construction of 1 residential apartment building, stacked townhouses, and 1 new commercial unit to be added to the existing plaza. The property is currently zoned Commercial 2, Special Section 1851, which generally permits a retail establishment with no outside storage, a supermarket, a personal service shop, a bank, an office, a motor vehicle washing establishment, among other commercial uses permitted within the general commercial parent zone. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is required for the Phase 2 lands to permit the proposed residential uses. The application is currently being reviewed by city staff and external agencies. And at the previous public meeting, there were some concerns that were raised by the members of the public. On the slide, you can see a list of the concerns that were raised by the members of the public and the way that the applicant has responded in the revised proposal. A main concern presented at the previous public meeting was the traffic. The applicant has, in response, submitted a traffic study for the city's review. Another concern raised was the adequacy of school sites, and the application is being reviewed by all relevant and applicable school boards. Additionally, the issue of sightlines was raised, and the applicant has revised the building types and submitted sightline drawings for the city's review. Slide, please. Later in the review process, the Region of Peel identified that the proposed waste collection strategy would not meet the requirements for the proposed townhouse units. In response, the applicant proposes to replace the 12 three-story standard townhouses with 24 three-story stacked townhouses. The proposed height of the buildings and their massing will not change. The only increase will be to the number of units. Next slide, please. The applicant has also provided a concept image for those revised stacked townhomes, which you can see on this slide. Next slide, please. This information report, presentation slides, and application can be found at brampton.ca by searching for C08E08.008 following the meeting. Again, my name is Shelby Swinfield, and my contact information is posted on the screen, as well as the name of the applicant, Manny Chowan from G-Force Planners. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any delegations before I do see councilors on the board?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we have 14 delegations, including the first one, which is the applicant, Manny Chauhan, followed by Nisha Sandhu, which is a pre-recorded audio delegation, followed by Gitish Bhatt, followed by Amit Gupte, and then Rajesh Rathi. Those are the first 5, and they are ready to go. I'm just going to bring up the presentation for Manny. And through you, Mr. Chair, we can start the delegation. So Manny, you're the first delegation. Your microphone has been unmuted and your presentation is on the display. You can proceed.
Thank you. I believe everybody can hear me now.
Yes, we can.
All right, great. My name is Manny Chauhan. I'm the principal planner with G-Force Urban Planners, and I'm here to represent Jindal Developments on the application which we made for the official and the zoning bylaw amendment to permit 72 residential apartments, 24 stacked townhomes, and 1 commercial unit in the existing commercial plaza. I'm going to go through these slides pretty quickly in respect for all the other delegates who are going to speak on the topic. And Shelley has done a wonderful job. Thank you very much, Shelley. I'm just going to go very quickly over these. There are going to be 2 phases. Phase 1 is the commercial. Phase 2 is going to be the residential that we are proposing. There is going to be a proposal to, at some point of time, segregate the 2 phases. They could have different ownerships under a severance proposal later on, once the zoning is in place. So basically, Shelley's already gone through these slides of what the designations are. And I would like somebody to move the slides to the 3rd slide. This is what we discussed. The zoning bylaw amendment is required for a residential high density. And please change the slide. Next slide. Right, so here is the site plan for the proposal. We have taken into consideration past comments made by residents, and I believe there were substantial comments. And the client has actually taken on to himself to make changes to the site to the point that almost all of the concerns of the residents would have been taken care of. A large amount of time was spent with the urban design to make sure that the urban design aspect of the proposal was up to very high standards. The planning aspect was also taken into consideration with all the step up, step backs for the buildings, the setbacks for the residential's purposes, that they would not feel that the building is encroaching right onto their vision and backyard. So we did make certain changes which I believe are which involve the best practices for planning. The salient features I've already mentioned on this particular screen here. If you read, I've just brought out 6 of the important ones, but we are providing the buffer on the western boundary, and that allows for a proper transition to the adjacent neighborhoods, which includes the setbacks, step backs, angular planes, landscape, and open spaces. The placement of the 7-story building was a choice, not by the client, but a feedback we received of how the 7 stories would impact or impose upon the neighborhood, which consists mostly of single detached homes. So it was a conscious effort to move that building right to the point where there would be an intersection of the road going in from Cottle Boulevard, and it would create a great streetscape and a vibrant streetscape placed at that particular point. And there would be a transition from that 7-story building to a 5-story and then 3-story and 4-story and 3-story. So that step backs have been provided to allow for that greater amount of setbacks to the rear of the properties to the west. The playgrounds have been provided. There's been the whole area has been enclosed so that the internal traffic circulation is optimized and hidden mostly from view through landscaping. Landscaping, we've actually fortified landscaping along the south and the west simply to make sure that the residents would be comfortable, by this added feature. So it has been substantially upgraded. So now the stacked homes were a choice that we had to come back to. We've talked at length with the city on this, and even though the height has not been changed as Shelby has said, we would have 3-story stacked homes, which would give us 24 units more than what was proposed earlier. But nothing else will change in terms of the height and the GFA on that lot or those blocks. We have had the designer work with the urban design and try to get a elevation which will be very attractive, and it will meet the highest standards of urban design. There was a concern sometime back with regard to the windows opening on the rear side of the stacked townhomes towards the south. And we see that there's a 15-meter setback there with substantial landscaping, which will ensure that the privacy issues and concerns are taken care of. So that was a conscious effort again by the owner. There was another concern with the owners with regard to shadows impacting the development. The development shadows being concerned.
Hello, sorry to intervene. It's just we've reached our 5-minute period. If you can sort of wrap up so we can, we have a long list of delegations, please.
Yes, could we go to the next slide? So this is where we say that there's an exciting streetscape and a vibrant neighborhood. Next slide, please. Next slide. Hello. Next slide, please. Hello. Hello. Next slide. I seem to be cut off.
Monty, you're still on. We're on slide
10
of your presentation.
So we're going to skip the next slide.
Okay.
And we'll try to. There is a slide by which all the the community benefits from this proposal is there, but because of shortage of time, I'm just going to skip that. The presentation will be available to the public. I'd like to go to the next slide again, this slide, interesting statistics, please. Yeah, just wanted to get to this point here. Just a slide before this. Yes. So just to let you know, I mean, the residents, of course, have concerns. We're trying to mitigate them, but thinking from a Brampton point of view, the policies that are guiding Brampton's future, if you look at the stats right now, you'll understand that the population growth target for the Bram East secondary plan is 39,610 with an average density, which is right now is 1437. We need to achieve a density of 2607 persons per square kilometer to be able to hit that target of 39,610 with the kind of land that we have available. Therefore, we must have an increase of a density of 81.5% in that area to even achieve those targets for intensification. And if we look at the disparities between what Mississauga is achieving today and Brampton is achieving, this is the reason why the Brampton is actually moving forward towards intensification and moving for higher densities, as already stated in all the provincial and regional plans. So going to the last slide.
Thank you. You've gone way beyond your time. I thank you, and I think you've made your point. I'm not sure if anyone, just procedurally, if you want more time, someone can move that you speak more time, but we do have a long list of delegations. You want to summarize your point just before we go?
Yes, please. Give me a minute.
Okay, please go, please.
Right. So the proposed development is a much needed development in this area. It helps to achieve the growth targets. It provides complete communities. It provides a variety of housing types for all levels of society. And I would assure the residents that we are doing our utmost to work with the town staff to ensure that all aspects of their concerns and any issues that they might want to face will be taken care of in our design and site plan.
Okay.
With that, I thank the council members and staff and the members of the public who are here, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, City Clerk, before we go to the delegations, Councilor Fortini had contacted me, and I think he has something relevant just before the delegation. So I will make that exception. Councilor Fortini, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this way, maybe we could save some time for all the residents to speak. And I'm, as a regional councillor, I'm going to speak on their behalf. There's over 300 residents there. Then we had a teleconference with the mayor on Friday. And I think maybe we should move on, have a town hall meeting with the developer and all the residents on teleconference. And maybe we could come to a conclusion and come back around October and hoping that we could come to a compromise. And it makes a lot of things quicker for the developer and keep the residents a little bit more happier, and we could come to a compromise. So I'd like to put a motion forward to allow the developer and the residents to meet with our planning staff and see how we could come to a compromise on this development, because this was commercial as a plaza. They went to 3 stories, now they're going to 7, and it's been going on for a long time. And if we want to move this forward, maybe the best way is to have a town hall meeting. So I'd like to ask for a recorded vote on this, and this way the residents don't have to speak. They can meet, and then they could come back in October or November when the next planning, and hoping that everything between the residents and developer get to sort it, and they could come to a compromise and move on with this development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Fortini. So if my understanding, and I think what you're saying, you would like a more comprehensive discussion with between residents and the proponent, and if the city could assist in setting up maybe a teleconference to allow further dialogue and to appreciate and ask further questions regarding. Now, City Clerk, in terms of procedurally, would we listen to the following delegations? And I know this is not ordinary process, but I think the intent was if there is some form of motion that will allow for another meeting with residents, then maybe we will not have all these delegations moving forward. City Clerk, any comment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I'll start, but I may have to ask for legal's assistance on this because this is a statutory public meeting. So there are rights that are that go with the citizens that participate in this meeting in terms of potential appeal rights. And if we are to not entertain those delegations this evening, I guess there's a question whether or not their potential appeal rights remain in effect or not. So I know.
So I do not think sorry, City Clerk, the intent was not to not have delegations. The intent is just to have an additional public meeting, which, so it's been a practice at this council to have where I think he's requesting just an additional meeting besides tonight.
Through
So
you,
I was
Mr.
just wondering
Chair,
if that,
then that
yeah.
is fine. That can just be an additional recommendation. I thought the intent was to not proceed with the delegations this evening and have the town hall, but having an additional town hall after this is certainly
Mr. Clerk, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair, and I talked to the residents, and if this is what this could happen, it will save a lot of time from them all speaking tonight because I know there's a lot of them, and a lot of them could not come online. There's about 300 residents there, and everyone's going to say the same thing. So if we avoid all this time them speaking and get them together to do the public meeting's been done, we get them together when they come back. Maybe they can make some changes and recommendation, and they could come to a conclusion, both of them together. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Councilor Fortini. So City Clerk, while I guess you digest that, include that in the I believe motion that is here as an addition, we'll go on to any other delegation that's currently waiting to speak. Would that be fine then?
yes, Mr. Chair. So the next delegation is Nisha Sandhu, who has a pre-recorded audio, and we'll play that right now.
Okay.
Hello everyone, this is Nisha Sandhu from 77 Maple Valley Street, Brampton. I, on behalf of my neighborhood, would like to voice that we are totally in disagreement of this proposed plan, which is at the intersection of McQueen and Cottrell. So this amended 2020 plan is, I think, even worse than the 2018 plan that was proposed, which was for 3-story, along with the commercial and townhouses. And we were in disagreement of that plan. I think that the builder has clearly misunderstood our voice, and we did not want any residential apartments coming in this area. We strongly wanted our commercial units in this area, and we wanted this plan of the 2018 amended plan to be changed to the original plan that was of the commercial units that were supposed to be built when we bought our homes. So this plan suggested 3-story buildings, and now the builder is going further and extending it to a 7-story building apartment. So we are totally in disagreement of this. So I don't know if we were in disagreement of the 3 stories at that time. I don't know how the builder thought that we would be agreeing upon the 7-story condominium apartments with the townhomes and the commercial units. So the 7-story apartment will add to the chaos by increasing the traffic in this already crowded area. In this way, we will never come to any equal term or on a same platform, and there is always going to be some issue left out which will cause disagreement. So I think that this plan should not be approved, as this part of Brampton, the east part of Brampton, is already overcrowded, and it's becoming highly accidental prone. It was already a traffic packed area back. I can say that by I have a personal experience where my child, my elder son, 12 years at that time in the year 2017, to be exact, March 23rd, 2017, he met with an accident on the intersection of Maple Valley and Cottrell. He was walking to school and a car hit him. He had a broken femur bone, and it's traumatizing to see your child on the roadside. I don't want any family to suffer in that way, where a member of their family is a victim of any accident. So I think that this plan should not be approved, because all the facilities will be compromised, will be highly compromised, if this plan is approved. Be it our parks, our schools, transit, traffic, the prices of our homes, the appeal of the neighborhood, everything is going to be compromised. So I recommend that if building homes instead of the commercial units is only thing which is on the builder's mind, then I would recommend that the builder go ahead and build detached homes or semi-detached homes. But I would definitely be a happier person if he can go ahead and make commercial units, which was the original plan. With due respect to all the jury, I request them to consider our plea and disapprove this plan. Thank you very much.
Okay. The next delegation, Peter.
Mr. Chair, the next delegation is Gitesh Bhatt. Gitesh, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to present in today's meeting. My name is Gitesh Bhatt. I am resident of 87 Watchman Road, Brampton, L6P2E9. There was a meeting I delegated in July 11, 2018 meeting, and during that meeting, all the residents came over, opposed the 3-story plan, which is made to 7-story now. During that meeting, it was said that the comprehensive evaluation of the proposal will be done. It's more than 2 years, and we haven't heard anything about comprehensive proposal review. And we are now in the worst case that instead of 3-story, now getting 7-story high rise, which is not fitting to the current infrastructure in the area, as well as the area has a natural ecological features, that is conservation area nearby. When we drive every day on McQueen, we see dead animals on the road, and we do not want that animals will be replaced by the human. That is one of the things that I have with increase the density in this area. This area is a low density residential area. The proposed plan was to have single story commercial secondary plan. That secondary plan has to be staying same, and there should not be any changes to this. Also, the other thing is, during this COVID situation, I do not know how worth was the traffic study if they have done during this period. This 3-story or 7-story is not fitting with the infrastructure in this area. Also, 72 homes and a commercial area will add significant burden to the traffic. Also, the current, like when we were demonstrating on Saturday, you can see there were some videos available. You can see how crowded, other than the demonstrators, how crowded was the plaza. I do not know how the 72 additional residents will be fitting with this area, having a school opposite to this, which kids walk around, and 72 residents means so many cars moving out of this plaza, which is unacceptable way with the infrastructure. Also, the Cottrell will be extended in future to North Park, which is currently Cottrell is ending at Gorway. So once that happens, the traffic to this area will increase significantly. So I do not know how this plan came up with the 7-story. So I completely opposing to this amendment. And also the other thing I have to say is L6P area has the highest, most highest auto insurance rates because of more accidents. And having this thing in this area will add more accidents and auto insurance rates will skyrocket. You can ask any auto insurance company, they even refuse to provide auto insurance to L6P. Many of the auto insurance company doesn't give us proper insurance. Uh, so I strongly oppose this motion, and it has to stay with commercial single-story units, which was the original secondary plan, and there should not be any change to this. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next delegation. Yep.
The next delegation, Mr. Chair, is Amit Gupt. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, good evening. This is Amit Gupte. I stay at 55 Maple Valley Street. So this Maple Valley is just besides the said plaza where the proposed buildings will come up. So when I purchased this house in 2009, I purchased it because we knew that there were only going to be commercial units. And basically, I was concerned about the privacy of my house, and hence, I mean, I knew that only commercial unit will come, and hence I had purchased the house at that time. So with this 7-story building and the 3-story townhouses coming up, this is certainly going to impact the privacy of my house. I'm deeply concerned about that. Secondly, I am a amateur astronomer. I scout the night sky many times when possible. My entire family is deeply into astronomy, and we find it very difficult to believe that we are going to miss out doing the astronomy sessions that we have during the night time. The 7-story apartment is definitely going to cut into the vacant, the open sky that I get to view from my backyard. That is one important concern I have, because this is an important hobby that I pursue, and I'm deeply committed to it. Also, I'm extremely concerned about the safety and security of the neighborhood. This will definitely result into number of thefts. I mean, just imagine having 72 apartments with all these townhouses, more people coming in. It will definitely result into more thefts in this area. I'm also concerned about the traffic and congestion in this area. The place is no way designed to bear a high volume of traffic, which is bound to happen if the apartments are built. We have had a serious accidents at the intersection, and this is bound to increase with this change. Also, I am concerned about the impact to the neighborhood schools and parks, which are already overcrowded at the moment. This high volume of 72 residential units, 2 town homes, 12 units, I think 84 units in all, will also result into a parking nightmare. I live on Maple Valley Street, which is just behind the plaza, and I'm 100% certain that this will result into the nearby streets, and especially Maple Valley Street being used for car parking by the new residents or the guests. So I strongly oppose this amendment, and if you have any questions, you can reach out to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, the next delegation is Rajesh Rathi. Go ahead, Rajesh.
Hi, thanks for giving me opportunity. My name is Rajesh Rathi, and I live on Watchman Road. I'm a realtor living and working in this neighborhood since last 9 years. I've seen most of the people have moved to this area from these busy areas and from the areas where there are multi-story buildings, and mostly these people are young couples with small kids who want to live a peaceful life in this peaceful neighborhood. And now I don't know how come they want to have a multi-story building in this residential neighborhood. There are 4 schools in half-kilometer radius of the subject site, and 1 school is just opposite to the site. Cottrell is the only main road running from east to west in the neighborhood, and due to high volume of traffic, we have seen multiple traffic accidents in the area and one of the Brampton's worst 5 intersection, Highway 50 and Highway Coattail, is nearby. As now, like cities allowing basements as second dwelling units, there's already burden on the existing schools and other amenities. So changing zoning of this site to high density residential and bringing more residential units will create traffic mess and will put the life of students walking to schools and the residents in danger. And like I have like a concern that on the one hand, cities allowing only minimum of 50 feet lot in the north and Ward 10, then how come multi-story building can be allowed in this residential area with 2-story houses? So being a resident of the neighborhood, I strongly oppose this change of zoning. And one more thing I have to say, like last time when we came to the public meeting, the developer came with a proposal for 3-story and now they came with the 7-story building. It looks like they are playing a tactic and like what they say, they are showing a death penalty so we can agree to a life imprisonment, like choose a lesser of the two evils. So like as they, if this proposal gets approved and if any mishap happens due to this building traffic, and I don't know who will be responsible for this. Thanks.
City Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The next delegation listed was Sanal Kantawala, but that person is not on the call this evening. So we'll go on to Ravi Virk. Ravi, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Ravi, you can just unmute your microphone.
Hi everyone, this is Ravi Virk. Thank you, Council, for giving me a chance to speak. Speaking on behalf of residents here. So I'm a resident of McQueen and Cottrell area, and due to this proposal, so we all are having a tough time to understand like how can a second amendment be made when for the first amendment we were around more than 200 people in the city hall. So we were surprised when we got this amendment. To put into perspective, when everybody bought this house, assuming a commercial zoning on their back, so everybody bought a house considering that. So it's a mutual binding kind of a thing. When somebody has bought a commercial on the back, and the owner of the commercial zone knows there are single detached homes on the back of commercial zone. So it should be a mutual binding. If we are not changing or applying for zoning, then why a commercial zoning could be now changed to the multi-residential? Because both ways there is an impact, and it's a huge impact. The second thing is there are like the builder or the Mr. Chauhan said, they are trying to complete the community. So I would say you can complete the community by bringing a big box store. So there are many males and females in our area who are not employed, or only one person is working in the area. So they can get an employment, and you can definitely complete the community. But if you want to complete the community by intensification, I can understand that. But there are some areas like on the Queen Street or might be Gorway where there are already planned kind of traffic areas. The Zoom buses are there, and the traffic can move faster. So you can really help by intensification by building the multi-story apartments on those areas. So that's all from my side. I would like to summarize by saying we as the residents strongly object to this multi-story apartment, and we definitely want the zoning to be commercial and go ahead with the commercial units or a big box store. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The next delegation is Cynthia Sri Pragash. Cynthia, you can unmute your microphone and please proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Cynthia. Thank you for taking my call today. On behalf of the community, again, I want to repeat myself, and we want to be clear. Again, stick to the original proposal, which is a single-story commercial. This neighborhood is a beautiful neighborhood. We have so many natures around. Clairville Convention is around. So we want to preserve the nature. If we wanted a downtown lifestyle looking at high rises, then again, we could have purchased a unit in downtown for cheaper price. We paid $600,000, $700,000 10 years ago, 15 years ago, for a reason. So as per the plan, when we bought our properties, we were told there's going to be a commercial site only. Why is all this problems and issues with amendments now requesting for 2-story, 3-story, now 7-story? So if this keeps on going like this, next amendment is going to be 20-story, 30-story? God knows. So our request as a community is keep the plan simple, continue the commercial as it is, single floor. We as a family could stay together, do our shopping. We don't have to take our cars all the time. We could just walk and go for shopping. So that way, L6P is already high insurance rate. A member of our community already mentioned that we cannot afford insurance in L6P postal code. There are so many accidents. I want the city to focus on the green space within L6P. Again, I want to stress the community and also the Clareville is right here. We don't want so many humans around here. It's a low density place. Keep it beautiful and keep it low. And again, we keep mentioning, look at our schools. Calderstone, for example. Our kids have to stay in portables during hot summer and cold winter. It's not fair for our kids. We're paying over $7,000 in property taxes. And for our kids to sit in a hot portable and a cold portable during winter months? I don't think so. Kindly asking the builder, Brampton is not small. Brampton has so many empty lands where there could be high density. This piece of land is very small. For them to ask for a high density proposal, it's a big mistake. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask.
Oh, thank you very much, and we'll go on to the next delegation at the end. If any members of committee have specific questions, they will raise it, but I appreciate your delegation. City Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the next 4 delegations are pre-recorded audio delegations. The first one is Rupinder Singh.
Mr. Chair, I move that we send all the pre-recorded audio delegation to members of council, to the applicants, to city staff.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Palashi. Now, City Clerk, in terms of procedurally, can I entertain that at this time?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we're treating an audio or video delegation the same as a written correspondence. It's a pre-recorded statement. So the intent was to play it tonight. That was the intent of the public when they submitted them. But we can treat it as similar as correspondence and forward it to the members of committee. The challenge we have is we cannot attach it to the agenda to make it publicly available. So the way that we make it publicly available is we play it during the live stream, so it's recorded and it's part of the meeting record. So that's the downside of not listening to them and just sending them to the members.
Mr. Chair, if I can.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just really quickly, then I guess we can't take it as a type of correspondence because we're not able to have the public listen to the recordings. Is there not a way that IT can make it possible for them to click on a link to hear the pre-recording some other way?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that could happen. It could take some time. The intent was to make the opportunity for the public to get involved in these unique circumstances given the COVID-19 and the need for virtual meetings to be as flexible as possible. That's why we opened it up to allow video and pre-recorded audio delegations to be submitted to allow as much participation as possible. We are allowing more participation, I can tell you, than many other municipalities that are restricting correspondence and communication to only written. So it can be done, but it cannot be done tonight. And the fear I have through you, Mr. Chair, is procedural fairness, that these people have submitted audio delegations under the pretense that they would be heard at the meeting, and so they should be heard.
I yield, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Palashi, and I do appreciate your consideration, and I think that's something that we might want to look towards in the future, but thank you for raising this. So if you can, I guess, play the recordings, City Clerk. Thank you.
So thank you. The first one is Rupinder Singh.
Hi, this is Rupinder Kharbanda speaking from 79 Maple Valley Street. Very well citizen of Canada, Ontario, Brampton. Already dense with high accident area in this area. Between Cottrell and McQueen and Cottrell Maple Valley. Just this distance, less than a kilometer or half a kilometer to the school, you will find there are maximum number of accidents. Everything is overwhelming. School has got portables, be it primary, elementary, or otherwise. Schools have got portables, and the density is too high of the residents. The residences here, they don't have proper support of necessity items. Safety, security, health, and everything. There's nothing to count one on one. Property tax is the highest. Insurance is the highest. We do not support this plan of from the Maple Valley community. It's making chaos in this place. City has spent so much time planning green zone, commercial zone, and switching this in matter of ways just to take benefit out of the community, while out of the regional or another thing, but consuming out of the short of benefit, short of necessity. We are short of all those, falling short of, and it's a disorganized, it is going to be disorganized. It's leading to chaos, negative impact on health, safety, security, education, overall harming the total psychology of the people living here and the existing payers of tax payers and their benefits and necessities, just withdrawing from them what they are short of already. It's too much. It's too much. I don't have to discuss much. I just plead, please live and let live gracefully rather than rush for meager dollars or numbers or quantities for your benefits. Look at what is existing. City should be helping the people who are living govern it properly rather than pushing it towards. So I really do not support residency zone for this commercial zone. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, the next audio delegation is from Jasbir Kaur Kharbanda.
Hello, I'm Jasbir Kharbanda here. Happy Canada Day. I'm calling from the Maple Valley Street, and I'm not agree with the project which is coming up on Cottrell and McQueen. This is for the whole community's safety and security. All points are there, all things are there. We have paid prime rate for this, prime property tax, everything we are paying extra for this zone. And suddenly this is coming up, which is not creating a problem for people living here, for senior and children and everyone. And for me, the most concern is there, the backside of my house is open for the public. And it's like, it's not good for people. For me also, it's a like issue of the privacy and security. People can see through in my house if the building is coming up. And no point of coming the building here because there is no GO station nearby, no transit station. I don't know what's the project is coming up. So I'm very much disappointed when again the project has put up on this. So I'm not agree with this. So I hope people can understand, and I appreciate if someone can look into this. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, the next pre-recorded audio is from Ranjit Sani.
Hi, this is Ranjit Saini from 81 Maple Valley Street. This voice recording is in regards to City File number C08E08.008 involving Jindal Developments Limited and Forest Planners. It has been proposed that a development of 7-story apartments with residential and commercial units to be built in the area of Cottrell Boulevard and McVean Drive in Brampton. I am voicing my opinion that I, alongside with my neighbors, strongly disagree with this development. It should not take place. The land was originally going to be used for constructing commercial units. This new proposed plan of 7-story buildings will increase problems for the neighborhood in addition to the ones we currently face. With this construction of residential buildings, it increases foot traffic, road traffic, and congestion of people. There is currently many accidents that take place on Control Boulevard, and having more people in that area will only add to the numbers of potential accidents. Not only does it increase traffic, but it will also create a more crowded space for parking. Currently, that plaza is very crowded as there is only a small lot for a limited number of vehicles to be parked. Parking has always been an issue, especially with a school right across from the plaza. Many parents have to park on the sides of roads and in the plaza during drop-off and pickup of kids. This is a safety issue because little kids have to cross the streets. It is overwhelming and difficult to cross with so many cars parked in one small area. It is a safety concern for little kids and an issue for parents picking up and dropping off kids because it causes a lot of congestion. The traffic makes it difficult to leave to go anywhere. By adding residential buildings to the areas, it would mean more people in the neighborhood, potential families with little kids that need to go to school. The schools are already overcrowded and our kids have to use portables. Allowing more kids into the neighborhood and schools make it more difficult. In this area, there are 2 small parks which are already over capacity in the evenings. Having 7-story buildings also infringes on the privacy of the homes nearby, as they will be overlooking the current homes in the area, including one of mine. Not only does it infringe on privacy, but it also drops the value of our houses. The first proposal of a 3-story building was proposed back in 2018, and we wanted it changed back to the original plan of just commercial units. The builder has completely disregarded the voices and the opinions of the people in our neighborhood and has now proposed a 7-story building. We strongly disagree that this development should take place. In order to maintain safety, keep accidents at a low, it is humbly requested that this development of a 7-story building be denied. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the last of the pre-recorded audios is for Gurinder Singh.
Hi, this is Gurinder here from Maple Valley Street. Happy Candidate Day to all. I wish I could be a bearer of better messages, but unfortunately, this project makes no sense to me. I mean, there were concerns amongst the community about overcrowding of that intersection at the plaza and overcrowding of the schools and how we can make the public support better for the existing staff. And now you are, bringing out this huge more projects with a lot more people, and there's nothing going to happen to support those people. And on top of that, to make matters worse, it's a complete lack of privacy. Like now my backyard is going to just stare into a whole bunch of apartments, and I have no security for myself or my kids. And this is just not right. I don't understand it. This was a commercial unit, and now out of sudden, it's not just a residential unit, but it's a residential crowded unit. This makes no sense for the neighborhood. Nothing was prepped enough for it. This feels like a last-minute grab. So I hope you guys will consider and think of the long-term benefits instead of the short-term ones. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have 2 delegations left, Shadab Manzar, followed by Azad Goet. So Shadab, please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes. You can turn your microphone on. Shadab, please turn your microphone on. There you go. Shadab, please proceed with your delegation.
Hi, this is Shadab here from Maple Valley. Is everybody can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for taking me on air. First of all, there's one very basic question that everybody, it's a basic question from everybody, and it's from me too, from all the residents. This particular area was supposed to be commercial only. Why there's an amendment to be changed to residential? We strongly oppose this, and we basically did a rally on past Saturday around this area, and we had more than 150 people in that rally, and we basically raised our voice saying stop amendment and no high-rise building in this Castlemore area. With all the points raised by my fellow residents, there's nothing much me to add, but one basic thing I'm going to add again. Live as we have bought this house very expensive. This is a posh area that everybody wants to pay extra money. We pay a lot of dollars here just to be in a society which doesn't have a lot of combination of buildings and condos. Would like to keep that same. Also, would suggest I was reading a newspaper, and every dollar, I think 44 cents is given residents as a taxpayers for planning. I'm not sure why are we. I apologize if I am offending anybody. Why are we wasting money of this 0.4 cents on planning stages, which is a taxpayer money? So would suggest to save taxpayer monies and totally disagree, and we just totally do not want the proposal to be approved. Thank you, and thank you for hearing me, everybody. Appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Our last delegation is Azad Goet. Please go ahead, Azad.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Chair, Vice Chair, can you?
Please go ahead.
Vice Chair and all in attendance. Council, zoning amendment, commercial to multi-story residential in a middle of very nice neighborhood is not understandable. Brampton means business. Let me repeat it. Brampton means business. Initially, when the builder started building this project, the zoning was commercial. People bought houses.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Azad, can you please turn down your speakers and turn them off? And then there's a lot of feedback, and then I'll turn your microphone back on. Thank you.
I am.
Please turn off your speakers. Then proceed. Thank you.
Brampton means business. Initial, when the builder started building this project, zoning was commercial. People bought houses considering this factor. Later, residents see some magic happening as the developer try to build something else, as they might have easy access to city hall and area representative at municipal level. Brampton is already a residential city. In Brampton, commercial versus residential ratio is low compared.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I've had to turn off the delegation because there's too much feedback. I've asked the delegate to please turn off their speakers, but they have made some remarks, so they will be part of the meeting record. And through you, Mr. Chair, I just wish to add that is the last of the delegations. However, we have had a request from the applicant, from Pushap Jindal and Fabio Martinello, to if they could make some remarks to committee at the end.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, councilmen, staff, and residents. It's Fabio Martinello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I definitely appreciate the residents and their passion for their community, and I just wanted to address the perspective of the builder for the residents' understanding and where the merits of the principles of this project evolve from. And hopefully they could see an opportunity within that to better understand what we're actually trying to do in that community and the benefits that we hope it will bring to the community. When the owner, the developer came to me, and this was about 2 years ago, he had an idea, and the idea was to create a housing type that wasn't currently available in the community. And the reason why he wanted to do that was because he truly loved his community. And as you know, the owner is a member of that community and an invested member of that community, being the phase one owner of that commercial development. So what he wanted to do was create a place where the community could stay and grow without having to leave. And what we know from these successful communities is that you need to create a diversification of the housing product so that the community members can age in place and their children won't have to move out of the community where they've formed bonds, and they can buy a product within that immediate community to grow and to create further bonds. And those members of the community that own homes now, as they age in place, might find that one day they might want to downsize from the product that they currently live in. So what a wonderful opportunity to be able to downsize, but still live in that same community where you yourselves have already formed strong bonds and are very well familiar with. And finally, aside from, creating that new product to the community, he wanted, his third thing was he wanted to make it beautiful, a place that fit in with the community and that would make the community proud. The last thing that the owner wanted to do as a resident of the community was to create divisiveness. And so that's kind of why I felt that I'd like to bring his message across for that kind of better understanding of the true purpose and the actual thoughts behind why this might actually be a very good product to have within your community. Now, as you know, I've worked with Push Up, and over the past 2 years, we've been trying to find a way that we can make everybody happy, right? We've developed a concept. The ideas behind that concept had a lot of merit behind them. I hope you can understand how important creating a product like that would be within your community. And we've worked to listen to the resident, and we understand the contentious issues that the residents have. We've worked with the city. We've listened to urban design. There's been a lot of ideas. This is kind of how we've ended up with the exact product that we have at the moment. And so it's been a very difficult voyage, but we've gotten to this point where we feel that we've addressed the majority of the residents' comments. We've addressed city comments. We've met all the requirements statistically that are required by this site. Everything fits within the site. And we know that there will continue to be contentious issues with the site. But I just wanted to kind of express to you, the residents, that the idea behind the site is to give a housing type that will benefit the community and a product that will integrate into the community to enhance, at the end of the day, to enhance the community, as opposed to kind of what the focus seems to be right now, where the thought is that it will negatively impact the community. It should be a place that would make the community stronger. That's what I'll leave that with.
Okay. Thank you very much. So there's no further delegations, City Clerk, just to confirm?
Mr. Chair, there is somebody who has requested to delegate. They said they had contacted the city, but I don't have a record of it. The name is Tony. I will unmute Tony if because it is a public meeting, so the public is entitled to speak. But Tony needs to state his name and for the public record. So Tony, please go ahead, Tony. You have up to 5 minutes. Tony, your microphone's unmuted.
You hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, good evening. I think there was some kind of a mix-up, but anyways, it's the way things are, I guess. I had written into Shelby and asked her to read this for me.
Speaker on again.
Pardon? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, Tony.
Anyways, I want to start by saying that I am totally against this proposal for many reasons, and I can go into all these. I purchased this house over 15 years ago.
Speaker on है इसमें बटन किस चीज है ये तो कॉल उठाने का और काटने का है
Hello?
Sorry, Tony. Just one moment. Please go ahead.
I purchased this home over 15 years ago. Hello?
Please proceed. There's just somebody that turned their mic on in error.
Somebody keeps interrupting. Like I said, I bought this home over 15 years ago. I went off of an official plan by the city. The plaza was always on the official plan. There was a park that was next to the plaza, which is on Maple Valley, and that became all homes. And for 15 years, I've been waiting for this plaza to be complete. I am retired now. I would love to have the plaza so I could walk to some stores, some amenities that are close by. I have nothing around here. The only thing I had was looking forward to having this plaza completed. This construction of the new development does not comply with the zoning bylaw and shouldn't be allowed. Council approved the official plan 1965 to 1975 Cottrell Boulevard as a plaza. And that's what I'm expecting, is a plaza. The landowner has the option, and his option is to build what was on the official plan. He knew this. He knew what the official plan looked like. There's no surprise for him. And the landowner is not even proposing a minor variance. In fact, this is a new use for the land that was never contemplated by this community. Therefore, it should be rejected. There's so many parts of that drawing that you sent out that it's going to really impact the homes along Maple Valley. There's a transformer that's right against the fence. There's a park, a play area, a green area. There's an exit from the parking garage. There's the exhaust vent from the parking garage. There's the garbage bins that they have to load and unload. And it's all against these properties along Maple Valley. And I feel bad for them. But the bottom line is, I would have loved to have come into the city and talk to you about it like we've done in the past, and where you could see how genuine we were and speak to everybody. We have a lot of individuals in this community that are disadvantaged, and simply having a nice little plaza nearby would be the perfect finish to this community. If you go over to the plaza today, you'll see that every store and the bank is fully occupied. Why? Because we need more of them. This isn't about what we don't need. This is about what we need. We need the plaza. Sure, there's other people that may say different, but we need the plaza, and we need it badly. And it's going to be a great thing for this community and for the way we live around here. and we won't have to get in our cars or rely on somebody to drive us or take a cab or get on a bus to go get simple things. I think I lost you.
We can still hear you, Tony. Your time is up. You're at 5 minutes.
Okay, so to sum it all up, it wasn't in the official plan. It should be rejected. This is high density. It's not it doesn't conform with the area. And Cottrell, as everybody was saying, is a big challenge. And once they open it up, it's going to be a bigger challenge. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And thank you all. And hopefully we can resolve this.
Mr. Chair, sorry, Mr. Chair and Clerk. I got a text from Azar. He likes to have 1 minute because he did get cut off on the speaker. He had his computer and phone at the same time. So if we could give him 1 minute only.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Fortini. City Clerk?
So through you, Mr. Chair, if that's the will of committee, I also have 2 other members of the public who are in as attendees, Rajan Kanwar and Sanal Kantawala, who was registered as a delegate and is on the call now. So it's up to committee if you want to hear them as well. This is a statutory public meeting, so technically committee would entertain anybody who wishes to speak on the matter.
Okay, I agree to let them speak and give Azar 1 minute since he's been cut off. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll bring Azar back in. Azad, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Let me say it very quick. Brampton mean business. Brampton mean business. How this is possible to bring more business in Brampton when we are cutting from commercial already approved to multi-story residential? All my delegate friends have said everything, and I want to say that developers are trying to amend the zoning for commercial to multi-story with the support of our local government. It means the city of Brampton should adhere strict rules and regulations not to convert any commercial zoning to residential. Yes, builders or developers are most welcome to bring the residential to commercial or business zoning. So you have seen that we have a meeting with Mayor Patrick Brown, Mr. Pat Fortini, our regional councillor, and many residents on Friday. The residents' voice is strong. We don't want any alteration in zoning which was approved in the beginning, 15 years back. C2. C2 means C2. No compromise at all. I'm so thankful for the mayor, Mr. Pat Fortini, and I'm so thankful for the other councillor to please come forward and support the residents' voice, because residents are for city. We are the voice of Brampton. So you are the representative to protect our rights. So Brampton first, not the builder first or developer first. The Bramptonians, the residents' voice must be heard, not that of the developer and the builder. So let me say in the last, because I want to cut it short, I say to all respected council members, must ban all amendments from commercial to residential and encourage amendments from residential to commercial or business only. Thank you, Mayor and Pat, for listening us, and other council members for their commitment for bringing more business in Brampton. Brampton means business, and you guys, this whole team is working, attracting more businesses through FDI and giving more incentive to the local businesses or other businesses to move to Brampton. So let's not convert the land, which is for businesses, which is for commercial, to
Thank you, Mr.
sleeping bags.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, City Clerk?
So the next speaker then is Rajan Kanwar. We'll just unmute you here. Please go ahead, Rajan.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Council, thank you so much for giving the opportunity to speak on behalf of myself, my family, and of course some of the residents here as well. I'd like to, everybody's heard a lot of the concerns about existing tenants and existing homeowners here. What I also would like to point out is the fact that if this is to proceed, we have to think about what impact is it going to have on the new homeowners that would come into this neighborhood. When I use my personal example, I'm a homeowner and I paid $1.2 million for a property in this neighborhood. And when we look at the townhouses and the condominium that is going to come into this neighborhood, there's definitely going to be the value of those homes will definitely be lower than the average home price in this neighborhood. That disparity is going to create an imbalance in this community. So that's one factor. When we think about, of course, the access to services, as my peers have also pointed out, the schools in this area are already at capacity. One may argue with how they're currently being used, they're perhaps even above capacity. The fact that our children in this neighborhood have to stay in portables in the winter and in the summer months as well. How exactly is it going to be fair to those new homeowners for them to be able to access the services if already the existing residents cannot utilize the services to their capacity, to the full capacity, and to the full fulfillment? And of course, the last point is around safety as well. So again, it continues to go around the fact that when we look at the neighborhood, the small parcel of land that is being considered at that intersection, it is definitely going to create an increase in accidents. The fact that there's a school right across, and if we're going to put in a condominium building right across it, there is, for my kids, I would be concerned to send my kids to school because just 10 minutes away, there's going to be a school, and I don't know who the tenants of that property would be, of that condominium would be, right? And then when we look at, again, for our existing homeowners, a lot of my peers have said the same stuff. It is a disservice that is going to be created because of this imbalance that we're looking at. And I also want to point out the builders representative, the comments that have been made, with all due respect, there are significant flaws in those comments. And the reason is because if you look at the demographic in this area, you have homeowners that actually live and that actually have multiple generations living in the family. So they do not actually move out. They actually live, the children live with their parents. So I am rebutting that statement, the fact that it's an accurate statement to try and influence some of the homeowners. So again, what I would like to address is the fact that I'm also against this recommendation as well. I do not propose this. There's a reason why I also, along with the other homeowners, purchased this property. The fact that it's supposed to be a commercial land, and that's what it should be. That's what it should be for, not for the short-term monetary gain for only certain individuals, but for the overall prosperity for everybody in this neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity.
So, Mr. Chair, the last delegation is Snehal Kantawala. I'm going to turn you on right here. Go ahead, Snehal. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead, Snehal.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. I did register as a delegation, but somehow I was missed. And lastly, I was given the opportunity. I thank you all, the council and the chair of the council, for providing this opportunity. Having said that safety is a concern, There is a concern with also the education of the kids, because kids have been suffering during the winters in spite of paying the equal taxes which all the Bramptonians pay. Why do the kids have to suffer when there is equal pay of education levy in the home property taxes? And because of this, the children are suffering a lot during the winter times. We being the council, in the school council, also spoke about this, but there was no action taken against this. And now if this high rise comes in place where it is proposed now, this will increase more inconvenience to the kids, which is affecting the education system of the school board and also affecting the education and gradings of the school kids, which will impact the future of our generation. This future generation is to be nurtured properly, and we are not taking adequate steps to nurture our future generation. And also, there was a recent incident of a hit and run by a car for a cyclist. The cyclist was driving in the street and there was a hit and run. When you expect the traffic to increase, this kind of incidents will increase more and more, and which will create a lot of chaos in this community. And you don't want every other day the kids landing up in hospitals or in doctor's clinic. So many people, they commented on the same things, but I wanted to point out this recent incident which happened just a few days back. I think last week it happened, and that was from my street, that's Watchman Road, which was just as adjacent to Maple Valley. Thank you for this time, and thank you for everything by the council. We want our elected representatives to represent us and not the builder. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you very much. Yep.
That concludes all the delegations, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Peter. So members of committee now, I will open it up. I do see requested delegations. I'll go to Councillor Williams.
To the chair, I'll be really quick. Intensification is very important to municipality, but in order to have intensification, you have to have the right infrastructure, and especially when it comes to transit. So I'm wondering if somebody there at transit could answer for me what our transit system is looking like in that area, and are there plans for any kind of rapid bus transit or increased mobility and increased transit in that area? Is there somebody there that can answer that question?
Through chair, this is Alan Parsons here. Councillor Williams, we don't have, planning staff doesn't have that information at this point in time, but we'll be sure to collect that information from the transit comments that we'll be receiving with this application, and providing that information back to yourselves, and within any future recommendation report on the matter as well. We'll also look to collect that information in time for any meeting that may be set up for a town hall style meeting, as well as it was referenced by Councillor Fortini.
Okay, that would be helpful. I think it's just important for us to look at all aspects before any decisions are made. I fully support the idea for having a town hall meeting, and I would love for us to move to a vote on that motion so that we can get the ball rolling and have everyone in front of us to share their points and their concerns and everything for us to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I do see Councillor Palucci. I'm not sure if that was from previous. Councillor Palucci or any other councillor?
That was from previous. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Palucci. Okay, I see no further questions or comments. And again, I do have a motion by Councillor Williams to approve the staff recommendations and receive all related delegations in correspondence. And just as I proceed, City Clerk, if you could just, regarding item 4, that is not part of what is required under the statutory public requirements. However, This is a request by the two area councillors or by the area councillor to the developer to have a town hall, to recommend a town hall with concerned residents.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. So that's a request that can be made of the developer. And that's something the developer can take under advisement and hopefully proceed with. But it is a proper recommendation. And Councillor Fortini asked for a recorded vote, I believe, as well.
Yep. Okay. So I will read out the motion. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Fortini.
Sorry, I have put my name on the board. You missed it there. I wanted to have the public meeting around November, so that way, maybe hoping this COVID could be over and it's easier for them. And if it isn't, then we're gonna have to do it through maybe on Zoom or something. Please.
Okay. So you would like to put a timeline before November?
Yeah, around November would be okay. And if we still under this COVID-19, then we have to do it through Zoom. And if it isn't, then we can meet in person. If it all depends how things go back then in November.
Okay. Thank you. We'll make that adjustment. So I have the motion moved by Councillor Williams that the report titled Information Report Application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw Jindal Development G-Force 1965 to 975 Cottrell Boulevard, west of McBean Drive, south of Cottrell Boulevard, May 15, 2020, to the Planning Development Committee meeting of July 6th be received. That Planning Development Services be directed to report back to the Planning Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and the staff recommendations subsequent to the completion of the circulation of the application and a comprehensive evaluation of the proposal, and that the delegations and correspondence in regards to this item be received. Is there, and a recorded vote has been, in the last item, the additional recommendation that an additional town hall meeting be convened by the developer with concerned residents by November 2020 via electronic means if necessary. And I'll hand it to you, City Clerk, as a recorded vote has been requested.
All in favor of the motion as shown on the screen, Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Chair Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini?
Yes, absolutely.
Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon? Mr. Chair, Councillor Dillon was in the meeting and I don't see him at the moment, but I will follow up with him, but otherwise it carries 9-0 with one absence.
Okay. Thank you. So the statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. So we now go to item 5.10, staff report. Application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan of subdivision Ontario 1078-3 Credit View Road, east of Credit View Road, south of Buick Boulevard, Ward 6. And I believe Shelby Swinfield. I'll hand it over to you, Shelby.
Chair, just have to set up the presentation here.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk, would you mind sharing, giving me rights to share content?
It's being assigned now. So your display is live now, Alan.
Okay, thank you. Through Mr. Clerk, is the screen available now?
Yes, the screen's up. We can see the last proposal for 5.9. So you can move forward. There we go. Yeah. That's item 6.
Are we ready to go, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, we are.
Okay, excellent. Good evening, everyone. Me again, Shelby Swinfield. I am the development planner assigned to process and review this application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by CanDevCon Limited on behalf of 26339-509 Ontario, Inc. Next slide, please. Property is located in Ward 6 at 10783 Credit View Road on the east side of Credit View, just south of Buick Boulevard. The nearest major intersection is Buick Boulevard and Credit View Road. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing an infill development of semi-detached houses on an existing residential street comprised of 8 semi-detached houses. This property was a non-participating landowner in the previous subdivision application that created the residential dwellings around it. Next slide, please. To the north is a residential property municipally known as 1799 Credit View Road, containing a single detached dwelling, which is also subject to an application for redevelopment. To the east are existing semi-detached dwellings, and to the south is Cadillac Crescent, beyond which are existing semi-detached dwellings. To the west is Credit View Road, beyond which are residential uses, including towns, semis, and single detached dwellings. This is the proposed draft plan of subdivision, where you can see that a total of 8 units are being created. Next slide. The application is currently being reviewed for consistency with the provincial policy statement and conformity with the provincial growth plan and other relevant provincial policies. More information will be presented within the recommendation report. Property is currently zoned residential within Schedule A of the official plan general land use designations. This plan does not need to be amended and no change is proposed to this designation. The property is designated as convenience retail in the Fletcher's Meadows secondary plan. This plan will need to be amended to permit the residential development. The convenience retail designation is intended to facilitate smaller scale commercial developments intended to service the surrounding community. An amendment to the secondary plan is required to facilitate the residential uses on the property, and the applicant has submitted a commercial market analysis to support this amendment. For the purpose and effect of this application, the purpose is it means that the planned use of the site will be changed from commercial to residential. The effect of this application will be the construction of 4 semi-detached buildings containing a total of 8 semi-detached dwelling units facing onto Cadillac Crescent. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to permit the residential dwelling types and associated lot standards. The new zoning is proposed to be consistent with the other lots on the street. Staff have identified some minor issues with the application after the first submission that are anticipated to be revised through resubmission of the various documents. These issues include minor things such as small adjustments to lot standards and some typing adjustments. This information report, presentation slides, and application materials can be found at brampton.ca by searching for application C03W14.008 following the meeting. Again, my name is Shelby Swinfield. My contact information is shown on the screen right now, as well as the name of the applicant, Eric Mertzu from CanDevCon Limited. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any delegations, City Clerk?
Mr. Chair, there are not. There's just correspondence 14.9.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of the committee, any questions, comments? I see none. So I do have a motion here moved by Councillor Palashi to approve the staff report recommendations and receive all related correspondence. That the report entitled Information Report Application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan of subdivision 2639509 Ontario Limited, CanDevCon Limited, 10783 Credit View Road, east of Credit View Road, south of Buick Boulevard, Ward 5, dated May 15, 2020 to the Planning and Development Committee meeting of July 6, 2020 be received. That Planning and Development Services staff be directed to report back to the Planning and Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and the staff recommendation subsequent to the completion and circulation of the application and a comprehensive evaluation of the proposal, and that the correspondence in regard to this item be received. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. There are no objections, so the motion carries. statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. For those who are following us in the public, it is now 10:30, and I'm going to request a 10-minute break and ask that everyone try to get back by 10:40. We do have staff working at City Hall, and I'm sure they would appreciate just an opportunity to stretch their legs. So members of committee, we will reconvene at 10:40. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We will now go to report 8.2, and I do know that there's a delegation, so I'll hand it over to you to City Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to be bringing in for their delegation Jennifer from Build. Jennifer, you are in the meeting now. You can unmute your microphone and please proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, sorry, can you hear me all?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Perfect. Good evening, members of council. My name is Jennifer Drusik, and I'm here today in the capacity as planner for policy and advocacy for the Building Industry and Land Development Association. Build represents more than 1,500 member companies and is the voice of the land development, home building, and professional renovation industry within the GTHA. I'm here today to reiterate the comments outlined in our letter submitted to clerks on item 8.2 of the agenda, titled Phase 1, Interim Fees Increase to Development and Site Plan Applications. All taxes, fees, and charges related to a new development project are paid by new homeowners. These costs consistently increase year over year, and they affect the ability for people to find homes they can afford. The regulatory burden for these development applications approved and its associated red tape also create longer processing timelines, which adds to the cost. On average, government-imposed taxes, fees, and charges amount to more than 20% of the cost of a new home. I'm here tonight to express concerns with the proposed Phase 1 fee increases and its effect on the affordability of new homeowners and businesses. A meeting was recently convened on June 23rd between Build, Peel Chapter, and Brampton staff to discuss this proposed 25% increase. We sincerely appreciate this consultation process. At this meeting, we learned that the proposed increase was intended to account for the existing levels of service and cost recovery. It was also noted that as part of Phase 1, no additional background information would be provided. Staff have also advised that it is their intention to conduct a full fee review later this year as part of the department's renewal project. As mentioned in the report, this impending full fee review will ensure fee structure follows for full cost recovery while maintaining service levels. Knowing all of this, it is our membership's belief that these increases are prematurely being proposed, as there is no substantial information available to justify the significant 25% increase. We emphasize this also knowing that the 25% increase will be followed by a more fulsome review, giving our membership then the opportunity to provide comments. In addition to the above, in light of COVID-19, we urge Council to also consider the negative ramifications for the future fee increases to the viability of development projects and its impact on the local economy. This is a sentiment that Build has carried throughout our discussions with our municipal partners. And with that, this is our recommendation. We respectfully ask that Council defer the consideration of the 25% development and site plan application fee increases until this emergency period has passed, and that the industry has been given fulsome details of the complete fee review that is to come as part of Phase 2. Following this recommendation, Build would also like to take the opportunity to share a newly drafted guiding policy document attached to our letter. This is Build's framework for municipal government imposed taxes, fees, and charges that we share with you and staff in advance of the city initiating their Phase 2 review. As mentioned in this document, there have been many changes made by the way applications and permits are being processed to prioritize safety during COVID-19. We believe these changes have translated into a number of streamlining initiatives which have positively impacted performance measures. We recognize that staff within the City of Brampton have been a leader in this, and we hope to see these initiatives continue and have them reflected in the upcoming Phase 2 fee review. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I see
My
Councillor
apologies.
Williams and then Councillor.
Councillor Williams, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Through the chair, I can see that Councillor Paleshi is the mover of this motion. I'm just going to share my thoughts that I would like to see this item deferred, at least to budget. I think with COVID, things are up in the air. Also, I'm also requesting some more just looking into some of the operational pieces, especially with regards to efficiency in the planning department around some of these applications, how long it takes for them to be processed, and at what point, just to get some more of this information before we decide to make a change that can have some significant impact. I also, I just think that I'm also concerned, with this happening and this change, as Jennifer is sharing with us, it is going to impact homeowners as well, and that's a concern. So I really would like to see this deferred. However, if Councillor Paleshi is the mover of the motion, if he's willing to take that on, then I'm in full support of doing that. I'm seeing this item deferred to budget period. Thank you. Sorry, it's late.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. We do appreciate your sentiments. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree that it is late. My question of the delegate, Jennifer, you reviewed our tariffs, our fees for the applications. You know of other municipalities of equal size and their fees. Where do you feel the City of Brampton is with our current fee structure aligned with other similar municipalities of equal size?
Thank you, Councillor. And through you, Chair, if I could direct this to staff to perhaps answer in their preliminary review of even Phase 2 of this.
So Jennifer, I know staff's answer, and I'm happy to have staff come forward and answer, but I was just asking as a build representative if you've looked at the fee structure for the City of Brampton and how we compare to other municipalities, to have you come forward and ask us not to do this at this time.
I think that through you, Mr. Chair, the direction that we look for in this review of the fees is, again, outlined within the build framework policy document that is provided within our letter. And the way that we would like to see the justification of these fees is through cost recovery and how that differentiates between each varying municipality, even within Peel Region alone.
Through the chair, could I speak? It's Richard.
Yeah, Richard, please.
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Paleshi. So thank you, and we really appreciate the relationship with Build because we do have that relationship. And what we find is that through the emergency measures with the province is that Brampton has actually stepped up and exceeded what other municipalities are doing with respect to approval of applications and so forth. So we've actually introduced a new technology that has allowed developers to apply online with their applications. We've also allowed for staff to personally deliver plans to be submitted to the Land Registry Office. We've also built into our program online applications for building permits and so forth. So we've introduced a lot of technology that many municipalities have not done. And we've continued to process applications through this period of time that a number of municipalities have not done that. And I think that kind of speaks highly for Brampton. And so when we look at the fee increase that we're looking at, it's, we're looking at basically a nominal amount to increase our fees, which was smaller than what was going to happen before COVID. But we've been able to introduce technology and processes improvements that our folks with the build industry have appreciated. So I think that it's important that we move forward with the fee increase.
Richard, thank you for that. Richard, can you just confirm when did the applicants be able to start submitting online?
Yeah, basically it was Councillor Pleshy, it was basically right after COVID. So in terms of development applications, it was really, we set up a site for that, and what's called an FTP site for applicants to submit development applications. And then we also set up for the building side of it, which is the other side of it. So you move through the process of applications through to permits for building. And we also set up an online system for that through the whole process. So Brampton has really been leading the charge here. And I think that's important. And I think Bill recognizes that, and we recognize that. And so it's all been through the reality of having to, to pivot and to make sure that we're, serving the development industry.
No, and I agree with what you said. I know that, Brampton has certainly stepped up in the planning department to put forward and push through applications to get them in front of either council or wherever as fast as they can. And I think you heard that loud and clear from all members of council that we wanted that to continue. So you heard that and did that, and thank you for that. Sorry,
and Councillor, I would also add that we've also been able to hold, which I don't think any other municipality has, is workshops related to planning matters. So we've had numerous workshops related to the CIP, Heritage Heights, the community hubs, and those are all planning related matters. We've also been able to host through the clerk's office and the IT department these public forums. So tonight's agenda, for example, is a great example where there's a lot of matters before council, before the public, before the community, which, a number of other municipalities haven't been able to do. And so I would just ask for council to, to understand that as we look forward to, looking to our fee increase.
Yeah, I think council understands and respects that. I think one of the issues that I have here is the phase 2 portion of this, and I don't plan to refer this to budget, but I do want to. I'd like to have a look at phase 2 before we make a decision to set or increase fees. What I'd also like to do is get an understanding from economic development to be able to talk about how this is going to affect businesses in Brampton, how we're trying to bring more in, work with businesses on expansions, but also bring in other businesses. I don't know where we sit there. And I know that moving applications is a huge part of that. But there's going to be a time, and there is other municipalities that are watching to say if Brampton can do it, we can do it as well. So if they're going to start moving applications just as fast as we are, if they're going to provide the same level of service that we're going to do, it's going to come down to fees. And I don't know where we are in fees.
So, Mr.
Not
Chair,
only going to come down to fees, it's also going to come down to, proximity to airport, highways, and all other factors. But those are one factor. Those are some factors that are out of our control, and these are in our control. So I would you know, I know that there are other areas of the city of Brampton that comment on planning applications, but from, you know, the engineering side, I want to know how much time is being put into an infill application, a greenfield development application, you know, an office building, a 20 unit, 40 unit, 150 units. Like I want to know those things, and I think that those will come in that phase two, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and members of the committee and Councillor Pleshy, you're absolutely right. And so in terms of what attracts businesses to communities, so from my perspective and my experience is that municipalities set the conditions for investment attraction. So in other words, we look at the different things that attract businesses to come here. Yes, so processing of applications is a key part of that, and so yes, we are starting to track how long it takes for applications to move through the system, and you know, we will be able to compare ourselves to many others. But yes, definitely, you know, setting the conditions for investment attraction to Brampton is what we want to do. And that is in part how we, you know, how we review and approve applications.
And I'll just make this last comment through you, Mr. Chair. You know, the way we have to look at fee structures is ultimately every fee that we pass, every fee increase that we pass is going to be carried on to the homeowners, to the first home buyers. So we were all first home buyers at one point, and it was a struggling time to purchase a house, in particular to purchase a house here in Brampton. So, you know, when fees like this attached to development charges and so on, that's what we need to be looking at and thinking about, you know, first, how is this going to affect the first home buyers, and why are houses so much more expensive than in other communities of equal size? And, you know, with those phase two, that has the potential to give us more opportunity to look at everything and determine, you know, is it just land value, or is it the greed of a development industry where they've been able to have prices jacked up so high in Brampton for so many years that they're accustomed to it. You know, you look at places like Milton or Markham, and you know, their houses aren't going for the same dollar figure that houses are going for in Brampton. It's Brampton selling houses currently at a lot more than other municipalities, and I want to know why. And it can't just be land costs. It can't just be fee increases on development applications either. But I think that phase two is much needed, and in terms of when we're going to make decisions on increases and looking at this holistically, you know, we have development charges that are attached as well. They're different, but they're the same, and ultimately that one home buyer is the one that has to pay for this. Richard, how long until that phase two comes before?
So members of the committee and chair, so we're working through that. So we expect hopefully by the end of, you know, probably for the budget cycle. So for, you know, the late fall of this year. Sorry, can folks hear?
Yeah. So late fall of this year. So
yes. Sorry, Councillor, what we were trying to do was we recognize that Brampton is at the very bottom of the fee application process. And so what we wanted to do was to marginally increase the fee amount, and then basically complete a comprehensive fee review, which will likely, in all likelihood, see us increasing our fees even beyond that. So we simply wanted to get, recognizing this whole environment that we're in right now with COVID-19, was get a base amount increase, and then come back to council with a comprehensive review, which will likely, from our understanding, with all the review that's going on, see another increase.
Okay, Councillor Palashi, are you any further questions?
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at some of the comparisons in zonings, and I see Mississauga, Markham, Toronto, extremely high, and those are three municipalities that are situated very differently than the city of Brampton, and have things that are a lot different than the city of Brampton now. So I'd like the other councillors to weigh in on this. If they're not, then I'd like to see maybe either a more discussion at council when the minutes come through, or I'd like to refer this to when the phase 2 comes back. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Palashi, as I don't see any further, are you still willing to move this, or would you like to remove your name on moving this motion?
Yeah, so I'm the mover of the motion. I'll refer it to when the phase 2 comes back to council.
So you want to refer this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we have a referral on the floor.
So through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's Peter. I just want to clarify, is the referral back then to staff for consideration and report back as part of the phase 2? I'm just trying to clarify where it's being referred to.
Yeah, back to staff to come back with the phase 2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so members of committee, are there anyone opposed? Peter, do we want to go one by one? Or do we just allow everyone just to go? Okay, Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. Just before I make a decision here, Richard, maybe you can answer this, and I appreciate Councillor Palashi's change to the motion here. In phase 2, will we know what the total increase will be?
Through the chair to Councillor Willens, we have to study that. So we know where we sit today. We sit at the very bottom, like pretty close to the bottom in terms of fees for applications. So we know that when we do a review, that it's likely that we're going to sit higher than that. So I don't have that answer today, but through the study we will.
Okay, I just wouldn't want to see, and I can appreciate what Councillor Palashi is saying. I wouldn't want to see a 25% increase now, and then you come later and there's a 25% increase. I'd rather maybe wait and to see if it might be like a 30% increase instead, or a 35% if we have more information. So yeah, okay. Well, I'll see if there's any other comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Willens. I do see Councillor Fruttini has requested a recorded vote on the referral, so I'll hand it over to you, City Clerk.
All in favor of the referral motion as shown on the screen, Councillor Santos?
No.
Councillor Vicente?
No, thank you.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Palashi?
Yeah, why?
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Chair Medeiros?
No.
Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini?
No.
Councillor Singh?
No.
Councillor Dillon?
No.
Mr. Chair, the motion fails 4-6.
Okay, so that's part of the referral. Now, in terms of the motion, City Clerk, just in terms of procedure, Councillor Palashi is the mover of the motion. Now, so in terms of procedurally, if he does not want to move this, or I'll go to him, do you still want to move this, Councillor Palashi, as is, or would you like to remove your name from the motion?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'll still move it.
Okay, so the motion as is, moved by Councillor Palashi. A recorded vote has been requested. Back to you, City Clerk.
Recorded vote on the motion as recommended by staff. All in favor? Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Visante.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
No.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Chair Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
No.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the motion carries 8-2.
Okay, thank you. We go to our next item. And our next item is
8.4, Mr. Chair.
8.4. So are there, I believe that Councillor Santos, go ahead, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we have a positive report and recommendation from staff regarding this application. Councillor Vicente and I met with the residents a few months ago, and we actually toured the site together with the city staff to talk about some of the concerns they had around the trees, around privacy, around environmental issues. We have since also spoken with staff and the applicants again, and have received more positive response from the applicants themselves in terms of their future vision for the development of 80 Scott Street, which I think the residents will be and should be a bit happier about. One of the key things that was missing throughout the process in going back and forth and meeting with the residents and staff and the applicants was communication, more communication between the applicants as well as with the residents. And in speaking with applicants and staff, the applicants in particular were very receptive to meeting with the residents over and above what is required. And so in addition to the recommendations from staff, which I'm happy to move, we're also including another motion to include more public consultation with the residents before the site planning process begins and also during site planning as well. I forwarded that amendment and that motion over to the clerk, and I don't know if it's on the screen or not. Mr. Clerk, do you have that?
Through you, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, we do, and it's on the screen now.
Okay, so in addition to approving the recommendations of the report from staff, we're also adding this particular motion, calling and asking for 2 meetings to be held during the site plan process between the applicant and selected area residents to discuss some of the concerns that the residents in particular have brought up. And we had a discussion earlier about finding a compromise. And I think that if residents are more engaged with the site planning process, we're going to be able to find a middle ground with what proceeds forward. So those are, I'm happy to move the recommendations and also the motion before the committee now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Santos. A recorded vote is requested by Councillor Vicente. Over to you, City Clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, is the recorded vote requested on both motions taken together, the addition and the staff recommendations, just for clarity, or is it separate?
Councillor Vicente is the one who did the request. Councillor Vicente, do you want to clarify? All together.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Together, please. Yes.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of the staff recommendation?
Wait, I have Councillor, sorry, City Clerk, I have Councillor Willens who's like to speak. Councillor Willens, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. Just a quick comment. I'm going to support this, but I'm just wondering, being so close to the downtown core, is there a opportunity to work with the applicant to have more density? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Willens. So we have a recorded vote. I hand it to you, City Clerk.
Okay, all in favor of the staff recommendations and the additional motion from Councillor Santos? Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Vasante?
Yes.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
Yeah.
Councillor Bowman?
Yep.
Chair Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the motions carry unanimously 10-0.
Thank you. We go on to our next item regarding application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw. 17, 19, 21, 23, 27, 29 Clarence Street, Ward 3. And I do believe we have a list of delegations. So I'll hand it over to you, City Clerk, for you to administer the delegation list.
So, Mr. Chair, we have 4 delegations, one including the representative of the applicant. So it's Michael Testaguza, Rayo Marthi, Kimberly Dowell, Chital Vichari, and we do have an additional request for a delegation that requires the committee's approval, and that's from B. Hanavan. So there is a presentation from Michael Testaguza, and that presentation is coming up on the screen momentarily. And Michael, you can unmute your microphone and please proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening, or almost good morning, members of the committee. I will go as quickly as possible to go through this, but I thank you for hearing me tonight. So I'd like to start off by saying Michael Testaguza from the Bigley Area Group, representing the owners of the property. The application being for 17 to 29 Clarence Street. Have read staff's recommendations and do concur with their recommendations, and obviously here to support that and answer any questions you may have. If you could go on to the next slide. Okay, so this is a quick slide, and I think everybody knows where this site is, so I don't want to overly go over the point too much. Site is in the central area, in proximity to downtown, and all of the amenities that come with that. It's also along the Main Street corridor, as staff have pointed out, and along Clarence Street, which is a collector street. And that's really the context for why this site becomes such a prime location for intensification. Really, it is that central area and all of the amenities. So next slide. This slide everybody here has seen before, but I will go back to it. So as you know, the proposal has seen an increase from the previously approved 33 units to what we're now proposing at 90 stacked towns. This is an overlay of the two concepts, brown being the previous and blue being the current. What I want to point out here is that we have reviewed this from 2 different perspectives. Density in terms of the number of units, and really what that comes down to is people, and therefore traffic and servicing. From traffic and servicing perspective, we've had functional servicing and traffic impact studies done. They've been reviewed by staff, and staff find that these can be, the proposal can be accommodated by existing infrastructure. So from a density perspective, the reports find this to be an acceptable level of density for the site. The other thing is with regards to built form. And from a built form perspective, I think this plan does a very good job of showing the various benefits of this proposal in comparison to the previous. You see the increased side yard setbacks on the eastern side of the site and the southern side of the site, which results in actually a more generous tree protection zone than was previously provided, and obviously results in less overlook concern. You see a consistent building face on the side of Clarence, no side buildings abutting it. You see additional amenity area and reduced pave area. You'll see that all cars will be directed immediately down under the site rather than circulating through the top of the site. So that's from an urban design and planning perspective. Next slide, please. The other thing that goes with that, and everybody's known this, so I won't belabor the point, is that the heights between the 2 applications are incredibly similar. And so again, there's no additional overlook or massing concerns with this proposal. So next slide. And those last 2 slides to really show that the proposal makes sense in this location. and has been supported by adequate studies and represents a net benefit in many ways compared to the previous proposal. But through the processing of the application, I do want to highlight a couple of changes we've made between the first submission and now, and I'll go through them very quickly. The chief one is relocating the access to the underground to the east side of the site. You'll see it there, the underground ramp. This has unlocked a couple of things. First, it's resulted in a minor decrease in units from 96 originally proposed to 90. But it's also allowed for the internal circulation pattern to really become a pedestrian-oriented muse rather than just a traditional vehicular circulation. And you'll see that on this plan with the different paving that's now proposed. So the idea is cars will go right into the underground, and otherwise this should be a mainly pedestrian-oriented space. It's also allowed for the ability to have a central amenity space in the site, which is quite a bit larger than was previously proposed in our initial proposal, but as well as in comparison to the 33 unit proposal. So those two benefits and changes have really been made. And then next slide. I just want to quickly take everybody through the changes in the elevation. So this is what we showed at the public open house. While we were told it was a little bit too boring along the front and the material wasn't necessarily what the community wanted. So we go to the next iteration on the next slide. And here's what we brought to the public meeting before council, where you have the additional articulation along the front facade, still keeping that two-story articulation along Clarence and then stepping back to the third story, and a change of materiality again. And then going on to the third one after receiving additional comments. Next slide. You see here the incorporation of the red brick that's been requested by the community, and we think brings this a lot closer to what hopefully people are looking to see in this community. Next slide. And this will be the final one for everybody, so I hope I've gone quickly. This just shows the development and really the setback to the property to the east, but also we did get comments from the public about providing a little bit more interest and articulation on that end block. And you see here the additional wider fenestration on that end block there. And we've only done that in the front and not in the back because we don't want to have overlook concerns for the property to the east. But it really is where it would be most visible right now to provide some additional visual interest at that corner. So in total and in summary, and you can go to the next one, if you do have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm here to answer, and I'm sure you will have some. But we do believe in total that the application is situated correctly in the central area and on a collector's road. It does carry with it numerous benefits from a plan and elevation perspective that the previous 33 unit concept didn't have. It has been justified, and staff agree from a transportation and servicing perspective. And lastly, we have tried to make changes to the proposal as it went through the process as we received comments. So again, open any of your questions, and thank you for taking the time.
So Mr. Chair, then we have the next delegation is from Rayo Marthy. Rayo, you're in the meeting. Your microphone's unmuted. Please proceed.
Oh, sorry. Actually, I should have clarified this at the start. Rayo and Kim are here on behalf of the project team, and they are here to answer questions from a transportation and a tree preservation perspective, but I don't believe there's anything necessarily pre-prepared on their behalf.
Okay, thank you. Then the next delegation would be Chitel Vichari. Chitel, please, you can unmute your mic and please proceed. There, I've unmuted your microphone. Please proceed, Chitel.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, everybody, Chairman Madero, Council, City staff. On behalf of the community, I thank you, Councillor Bowman, for trying to give the community a fair opportunity by requesting a deferral. Those who do not choose to defer may come to realize that should this be approved, has and will cause extreme injustice to the community that has been suffering since 2009. Brampton has been unfortunate in the past whereby the poor planning caused by the city is turned into a bedroom city. I was truly hoping that The new council would be much more enterprising and responsible, and one that wants to see things change and not just go through motions to approve developments just because you are required to. I would hope that all of you would want to make an informed decision by hearing everybody concerned and not just a single side. This project has been causing much grief to its residents since 2009. It was approved for 14 townhomes in place of 3 homes, and then the builder acquired 4 more properties and applied to build 36 townhouses. The city recommended the plan for approval based on details provided by the developer without any in-depth study. It was left to surrounding residents to come up with facts. I bordered the majority portion of the south side of the proposed development and had to spend over $40,000 to, to bring facts to the council and then to the OMB to protect my property and rights that were being encroached by this development. It was then that a settlement was signed to protect my trees boundaries and that of the border trees from low to medium density and now to medium and high density. I would like to question where does this end and when is this going to stop? The lot where 7 houses were torn down and over 70 healthy, mature trees were cut down 2 years ago. Is it just act with as much as one can fit into it without any care or concern for the neighborhood? The city trying to set a precedent for the future shape of downtown Brampton? I question you. Because the Main Street corridor has properties with acreage and most will be wanting to sell to developers if the city wishes to take away the very reason why we all live here and take pride and joy in our community. If we wanted to live near a crowd, we would buy one of the cookie cutter homes sprouting up like mushrooms in Brampton. We like and value our space, privacy, peace, and quiet, and that's why we pay over $10,000 in property taxes to live where we do. I leave it up to your conscience to do as you wish and decide the future of downtown Brampton. As for some of the technical points, I have a few. The adverse reports accepted by the staff in the recommendation report today are from the previous application of 36 townhouses, which had no plans whatsoever for underground parking. In the public meeting held in October, Councilor Maderos had asked the staff if the consulting arborist that was retained by the city had been consulted, and staff was going to talk to Mr. Ian Bruce. And I would like to question the staff: is there a report from him available today? And if it is there a copy available within the recommendation report that is being prepared by the staff? Secondly, I would like to point out that the traffic study approved and accepted by the staff that was done in July when the schools were closed. And it states that there's only 40 two-way trips in the morning and 51 two-way trips in the evening. So is the staff going to guarantee that the surrounding community will not be impacted should that exceed what the traffic report has been provided by the developer? Thirdly, surrounding neighbors have repeatedly requested higher fencing than 1.8 meters, which is the norm, and there isn't any kind of consideration given to that in the recommendation report. Neighbors have also asked over and over again that a pre-construction survey be done since the new application, the new proposal involves underground parking, but there is no mention of that in the recommendation report prepared by the staff. It just seems like there is such an urgency and rush to get this development approved without giving consideration and answers to questions raised by the community. We haven't even been able to receive an answer to questions like how much are these townhouses going to be sold for? You as our council have an obligation to your existing tax-paying residents more so than the developers who look at making the most out of our city driven by greed. For once, can this council please do the right thing for the residents and the community of Brampton by not approving this zoning for such a high density stack development as you have seen in the previous application that went from 3 to 6, and now the residents are fighting for a high rise which is going to take over their residences near the Gorway area. Residents need to voice their concerns and need a fair chance to represent their interests. Don't let this COVID circumstances take away the community's right. It isn't fair to the community living there that's been living here for decades. To go from neighboring 7 houses to 9 is 13 times more than what we are used to. We trust you and depend on you to protect our rights as citizens and longtime residents of Brampton. Please do the right thing. And to summarize, I just want to leave you with this thought that how will a high density development help during pandemic times? Because COVID-19 is here to stay. It's the distance that keeps our communities safe. So I truly hope that the council is more concerned about the safety and well-being of our community rather than just having applications approved because they're sitting on the city's table. This has been happening since 2009, and how many years that the community has been coming to council over and over again. We are sitting in 2020, and there's, from 7 homes to 14 townhouses to 33 and now 90. This will go up to what, maybe 10-story high rise. So I don't know where this ends. I just would like to, plead with the council that this has to end somewhere. This just has to be for the community. If you want downtown Brampton preserved and not have applications sitting on your table from every property that has an acreage for high rises, and you do not want to change the face of downtown Brampton, I not consider 90 houses on this lot. Does not go with the community, not for the community. You have an obligation to the community, the residents who have been living here and enjoying this community for so many years, for decades. You have an obligation to protect our rights. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, there is one more delegation that's requested, so we'll require committee to reopen the agenda to add the delegation, and that's from B. Hanavan on Etobicoke Drive.
So, City Clerk, should we reopen at this time?
That, through you, Mr. Chair, that would be the normal practice if committee wishes to add the additional delegation. It's the last delegation.
So I'll be more than happy to move that we reopen this. And do we vote on this now, or do we need 2/3?
2/3, and you can vote on it right now if there's no objections.
Okay. Are there any objections? No. Okay. So we will add over to you, City Clerk.
B, you're unmuted now, so please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you allowing me to speak. Thank you, Jeff Bowman, very much for trying to defer this. No, council's tired. We're all tired. Unfortunately, this is very bad timing that there's only 2 of us speaking tonight. And that speaks a lot for our community in that we've unfortunately, a lot of our people are very passionate and very caring about this issue, are not computer savvy, aren't able to do this. We've shown in the past our passion and our commitment to this project. I mean, back in one of our meetings that was held in May, we had over 80 residents there speaking about this. I know that you're all tired, but if you would just please bear with us, this is very passionate for us. Chattel's basically said everything that I was going to say. I'm just going to really touch base for those of you, those council members who are new. I know you're hearing this over and over and over again. You have to understand, we have been dealing with this for a very, very, very long time. Our original project was 14 townhouses in 17, 19, and 21. That was approved. We were expecting it. It was going to was meant to complement the heritage feel of our neighborhood. It was going to allow for the vast tree canopy that we had here to remain intact, which was in line with the provincial policy statement and growth plan, as well as our city's official plan and strategic plan to encourage sympathetic intensification with the built-up areas. After that, the developer acquired homes 23, 25, 27, and 29. And a request was made for an amendment to go from the 14 to 46 townhomes. We successfully fought that, and we reduced it down to 33 homes. Through the hard work of Chattel and a lot of other members of our community, we were able to fight and preserve the trees, which the developer had claimed to be on his property, were hers. And through her efforts, and as she said to you earlier, she spent over $40,000 of her own money to have this issue dealt with appropriately. I know that it's irritating, but we have been dealing with this for so long that it has become such a passion for us. The developer's spokesperson tonight is showing us these pictures. We have stated time and time and time again as a city residents that we wanted a more heritage look. We're in a heritage area. This is not, and their answer back to us was, well, everybody can't agree on this. I don't know how many times we have said that we wanted to have a more heritage feel. The developer is proposing to build 90, he's now 90 homes. He said that there are going to be 2-bedroom units. His main target, he told us, was for young families with children and senior citizens. These apartment buildings, or stacked townhomes, are going to be 2-bedroom units with no elevators. He's indicated that we suggested that he go with a 2 or 3 bedroom, make it more accessible. I'm concerned as a community that with him building these, that he doesn't really have the interest of the younger community, senior citizens. Many people that I've talked to and asked them, how do you feel about this? Senior citizens are not going to walk up and down stairs. Young families have told me they don't want to buy into this development because the community doesn't serve, the buildings don't service young families. I had one family's mother who has 2 small children saying, do you think I'm going to go up and down those stairs with a stroller 2 or 3 times a day? You're crazy. There's no way that's happening. The developer says that he's gearing this to the young families and small children and senior citizens. I'm wondering, those inside streets that they're talking about, are they sufficient for the strollers, the walkers, the scooters? Has he made steps larger going up and down the stairways? Has he made more accessible railings? Is there lighting in the stairwells for senior citizens, underground parking? Has he prepared their lighting there? Sunlight. I'm wondering about that. Like, how is that working with the way he's developing this area? When is there going to be space there? Do the streets inside the complex allow for sunlight and daylight to reach the buildings and the outdoor spaces? If it's geared to these young children and young families, it's going to have a very negative effect if they're compelled to live areas that live in shadows. It's bad enough that they're back to back and they're not going to have windows surrounding them. So while the developer is making this sound like rah, 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 this is the great thing we're doing for you. I mean, he even had the audacity to tell us that he was improving our community. Well, he's the one who tore down all the houses to begin with and left the ground fallow. And then we had to fight with City Hall to have him maintain the property because he just left it in disgrace. So my concern to the council as well is that if you're going to approve this, what guarantee do we have from council that this developer is committed to this project and that he's going to abide by the tree protection measurements, that the recommendations, that he's going to abide by the recommendations put forth by the city and its residents, that he's going to make a commitment to our neighborhood to treat us with respect and to maintain his construction site in excellent shape. To be very honest with you, we are very, very concerned about this developer in this area. I have a feeling that it's a money grab for him. He wants to get in and get out. If he was really, really concerned about us, he would have gone back to the heritage idea that we've all dealt with. This is a gateway to Brampton, as Chantel said, and we really, residents have been writing in, but unfortunately, because of the COVID, you're not getting the true commitment and passion that our neighbors have. And I really, really had hoped that you would have voted, and I don't think it's too late for you to change your mind and let this be deferred until you can actually hear the voices of the residents that live here in this community. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk, do we have any further delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I've just seen from somebody who's on the attendee list, Nicole Burrell. She wishes to delegate. So again, committee will have to reopen the agenda to add this person as a delegation because this is not a statutory public notice item.
Okay, we'll move to reopen the committee meeting. Anyone opposed? Okay, back to you, City Clerk.
Okay, Nicole, you're unmuted now. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, thank you very much for your time. Just want to confirm you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is Nicole Burrell. I live on Elizabeth Street in Brampton, not far from this site. And I also wanted to express my concern about this development. When I first moved into the area, I saw a sign saying that it was going to be some townhomes. I personally registered for them thinking it might be nice for my parents to be in the area, to be in the downtown core. So I personally registered for early notice of when these homes would be for sale. I never received a notice. Then later, months later, nothing. Then the website went dormant. And then I hear at the first public meeting I came to that the builder was claiming that they could not sell the townhomes at the price point. That's when I knew something was seriously up, because that makes no sense that you're telling me that you could not sell the townhomes at the price point in that area, but everything at Steeles in here, Ontario is selling at a similar price point. So right there, I knew something didn't make sense. They never had a sales office. They never had a website working to actually try and facilitate sales. So how can you say that you were unable to sell to the public the original plan of this area? At the last public meeting, we asked for more information about emergency services, how they can get in and out. We also asked for more information about fire, to making sure that it was approved to not have elevators in this type of development, and more information on the type of families that you were expecting into that. And we did also still have some concern about how close it was to the road and the traffic, and we still have not heard answers on that. I would just like to say that I would also like to ask for this to be deferred for a chance for the public to actually talk about this kind of development, because as Chantel said, we pay a lot of taxes for the amount of land we have in this area, and that is the reason people buy into these areas of downtown Brampton, is for the size of the land, because you can't buy land this size anymore. Every subdivision that's going up now, they're small 40, 35-foot lots. So we buy here for a reason, so we definitely feel we deserve to have a voice. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. City Clerk, is that the last of the delegations?
That is, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so members of committee, I do have, are there any questions or comments by members of committee? Councillor Bowman.
I had a question.
Oh, my apologies, Councillor Willens. I thought it was from the previous. Go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly, I won't be long on this. I'm hoping whether this gets approved or not, doesn't get approved, but I'm hoping that the application, when it comes back or moving forward, maybe staff can answer this. This is a condominium unit, is a registered condominium unit. Anybody can answer.
Speaking. Yes, the proposed development is meant to be a condominium.
Okay, well, I'm hoping that if this does get put through, I'm hoping that there's something put in place that it's written into the purchase agreements, and that would be something that the builder or the condominium corp would have to do. That there won't be short-term rentals or more tenants in bedrooms, because this is happening all over Brampton, and I hope this just doesn't set a precedent, as one of the delegates said, for the downtown area. So I'll wait to hear what others have to say before I make my decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair Medeiros. It is very late again. This has been left till the very end. Last time this came to council, we sat through, I believe it was some issues up in Heart Lake, and a number of the delegates had left by the time that was over as well. I just want to remind council that they're under 14.3. There is correspondence there from Chris Bainar, Alexis McLeod, Carolyn Fulbert, Sandra Strangis, and Margaret McLucky, who also has a petition with 112 signatures on it. I am sensitive to the fact that we need to have higher density. That, to me, is an issue. Ward 3, it seems, is open season for infills with high density. They're going in all over the place. But I think we need to have some common sense when we look at these. Unlike greenfield development, where there's usually something on one side of you and nothing on the other side, there is houses on all sides of this development. And we need to be cognizant of the fact that this is being plopped down where 6 former houses were. So, I asked specifically earlier about some of these other units that are under that we looked at in 5.6, 5.7, 5.8. I mean, and we've got to understand here that there's parcels there. And I asked, there's a parcel in one of them that's 2 acres, and it's going to have a total of 11 lots, 11 houses on it. This is approximately 1.2 acres, and we're putting 90 units in there. It's absurd. The number of units does not fit this area of the city. This is a heritage area. We're dropping it right in the middle of houses, of heritage homes, of a busy street that's already there. I appreciate the fact that our traffic studies were done, but I'm telling you right now, the traffic is a lot worse than those traffic studies indicate. If anybody has ever sat there at anywhere near rush hour in the morning or the afternoon, they know that they wait and wait and wait, and traffic gets backed up all the way to Kennedy Road. And we're just going to add to that, because from what I saw here, we're going to be adding, I think I saw the number was 142 underground parking spots. So it's not like these places are not going to have cars. It's not like these places are going to be taking transit, which is what I hear all the time. We're on a transit line. There's going to be a lot of cars. There's going to be a lot of cars there. There's going to be a lot of cars on the street. There's going to be a lot of cars going up and down Guest Street and Mary Street to avoid the traffic on Clarence. And on Wednesday, we're going to be looking at that and turning that into a community safety zone. These things just don't work together. And, we had a meeting earlier on. Councillor Medeiros was at that meeting that we had with the builder, and we literally had 60 to 70 people there shouting. It was not a pretty sight. And it didn't seem to make an impact. Nothing made an impact. This development is getting higher and higher and higher. And one of the delegates, I would like to thank all the delegates for coming out tonight, and those that signed any petitions. But they're right. Where is this going to end? Where are these infill sites that are plopped into residential neighborhoods that are already developed, that are already 50 years old? Where are they going to end? And, I hear over and over and over again, we're listening to all the people in all these delegations, in all the public meetings, talking about they paid good money for their house, and now they're going to have a development across the street, or they're going to have a development here. a heritage section of this city is going to have 90 units that do not fit the area, dropped in the middle there, and there is nothing that's going to tell me that the value of their house is not the same as the value to any of the other people that we hear talking about, I bought my house and now there's something going in beside me. And we listen to those people and we ask for changes or we don't approve. So I'm asking to council that we do not approve this development. It is too big. There are too many people there. And before you know it, just like everywhere else in Brampton, particularly Ward 3 and 4, you're going to see those units having 6, 7 people in those units. And that's going to make things worse. You know, we've gone from 30 to 90. And that to me is just too much. I've spoken to a lot of the residents there, and I'm supporting the residents on this one. So I cannot support this development. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to express why I am moving the motion. Listening to the residents, I understand their concerns. It's difficult to accept change when it comes. And you know, the city of Brampton has been changing over the past 20 years, but particularly in the past 10. And, you know, when Councillor Santos and I in Wards 1 and 5 receive or review proposals, we consistently are very excited to see change come to the city of Brampton. And we will always consistently support plans like these that find opportunities where they can be found. Where do you put infill? How do you discover a place? What's the right place to put infill? Where you can find the space. In this situation, you had, I guess, 10 homes, and now they're going to make room for more families. And, you know, kudos to the designers of this proposal for doing a number of things right. Yes, they did locate this on a transit corridor. They have found a way to essentially bury the vehicles, and so there's literally almost no surface parking. They have done what they could to improve the design to mirror the kind of heritage aspects that is present in the downtown area. And so, and also my wish always with these types of developments is that they are sized such a way that they are affordable for families to be able to buy them. Families can't afford to buy you know, a $1.4 million home, which, you know, we heard quoted earlier this evening on a different file. And so we are supportive of this, and we believe that the city of Brampton needs to find more opportunities to build development like this. The city needs it. Families in Brampton need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente. So I will, as the chair, I will take the opportunity to speak as well. And I think more in the form of questions. And I think that Councillor Bowman reiterated a lot of what has been last several years of working with residents and trying to work with the builder to, you know, deal with a very difficult application because, again, I also go through this area on a daily basis. I find it difficult that we're putting that amount of density. You know, specifically to the traffic, just to staff, if they can, again, how can, I understand because we have other applications, we talk about density, but can you speak to the traffic studies? So we used, for example, the traffic studies which were given, you know, we reviewed them, and I'm sure, I guess, with all the attention on this, can you just speak to, you know, how do I know that, you know, we checked all the boxes and we reviewed to ensure that from a traffic perspective, you know, because I don't see it. I know it's been an ongoing issue, Clarence, and I find it difficult to understand that we would accept this type of traffic application. this type of application and approve it and say that traffic is fine.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will pass this on to the transportation staff on file, Scott McIntyre.
Good evening, everybody. Scott McIntyre speaking, transportation technologist for the city of Brampton. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
I'd like to answer your question and increase the study area when they expanded their development. I also had the developer go out and actually do a site visit and visually inspect the actual queues that existed. In addition to this, I also had them do what's called a micro-analysis, a traffic simulation where they have several runs of simulation runs, which is actually a very thorough review and honestly is quite extensive. And their development, although it is 90 units, the morning peak period is only 40 trips within the peak hour. In the afternoon is only 51 trips in the peak hour. It might sound quite a lot, and you can average it out in the morning to 1.5 trips, or 1 trip every 1.5 minutes. In the afternoon, 1 trip every 1.25 minutes. Knowing the sensitivity of this development in this area, I want to ensure that we took every step that we could in order to have a thorough analysis. And in the worst case scenario, was studied.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so again, we see these type of applications across the city, and it is difficult when you see the type of density we're talking about in certain areas. But when we talk about a major corridor, which is unique and the heritage component understandable, but at the same time, the jump, I think, from 14 and then after all the way up to what we're considering today is extremely large density. And I could understand at the time where there was additional density, and but to the high degree we're talking about now, it just it doesn't it doesn't make sense from that perspective. And I see that there's Councillor Santos is on the board, so I'll pass it over to you, Councillor Santos.
Sorry, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. My apologies. The council's procedure bylaw sets that a meeting cannot go past 11:55 unless there is a majority vote to extend the meeting. We're now 2 minutes away from 11:55, so procedurally we need to have a motion to extend past 11:55 before we proceed further. It's a majority vote.
I'll move that we move past 11:55.
Okay, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, it's moved.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Chair.
Santos. Yep.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to comment that we just unanimously passed recommendations from staff in the previous application, item 8.4, an even more greater density development than this one, in near the downtown core, next to a transit corridor, next to a transit hub, in an existing area. And Councillor Vicente and I are pleased and happy that that was passed, and we did amend the motion to engage residents more in that process moving forward. So I find it very strange that we're suddenly discussing a less dense situation plopped into an existing neighborhood and area, and people are suddenly opposed to that concept, especially given that it's next to a transit corridor. So I just wanted to bring that up. Like, to Councillor Vicente's point, indeed, the city of Brampton is in for a lot of change. We have some growth targets that we do need to meet. And if in every single one of these applications, given Vision 2040, given the fact that we want to create more sustainable, walkable, transit-oriented neighborhoods, if we say no to all of these applications, where on earth are we going to grow? Where on earth are we going to go? So I just really wanted to point that out. I understand that people are sometimes scared and afraid of change and what that may mean. There are ways around it. Councillor Vicente and I on 80 Scott Street have worked with applicants, with staff, and with residents to engage them more in the process. But we have to stick by with Vision 2040 and what we want to do here in the city of Brampton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would have to ask Councillor Santos, if you think Scott Street's anything like Clarence Street, then maybe you need to get out a little bit more. These boxes don't fit anywhere. It's not a one size fits all. You have to look and actually know what's happening in the area. If you ever have driven Clarence, it's a ridiculous road currently, and it's not going to get any better. To the delegations, I didn't support the deferral because I'm tired of having this application come before us and it go around and around in circles. This doesn't fit in Brampton. This doesn't fit in that area. It fits in other areas of Brampton, maybe on Scott Street, but it doesn't fit on Clarence. So I won't be supporting this application going forward. I didn't support the deferral because it doesn't belong where it is, and it's not going to get any better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Palashi. So I see no further speakers. I do see a recorded vote by Councillor Bowman, and I'll hand it over to you, City Clerk.
So members of committee, the motion is on the screen as recommended by staff. All in favor, Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Willens?
No.
Councillor Palashi?
No.
Councillor Bowman?
No.
Chair Medeiros?
No.
Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini? Sorry, that was a yes?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that motion carries 6-4.
Okay, we go on now to new business, item 10.1, and I think that was added by Councillor Singh.
Yes. I've just been concerned about the sustainability criteria we've been passing with. And I was under the assumption that there's a report coming back, but then I had a discussion with some staff and I don't think there's a report. So can I just know what the status is? Because I know the minimum threshold is a bronze. And is there a report that staff is working on?
So through you, Mr. Chairman, now Alan Parsons here, and while I don't have all the familiarity, with me with respect to all things sustainability program-wise and what our environmental staff may be working on with respect to city initiatives for some changes to that program, what I can advise on is that yes, currently there is a bronze threshold that has to be met with our development applications, whereby they have to score with a particular assessment being completed so that the matrix does achieve approximately a score of 30 or so, which equates to the bronze. And so that was a great step, obviously, that we received council endorsement on to ensure that there is greater sustainability with all development projects as we're going forward. As we are speaking with the various applicants, we are trying to encourage them to shoot well past the bronze threshold as well. And there are a number of applications where we've been proud to see that we've been able to achieve a threshold of silver and such with them. But at this point in time, there is no requirement in place for the silver, and I can't actually confirm right now if our environmental staff may be working on an initiative to that respect. I know that in a general sense, I think that the understanding I think everyone had was that the requirements for the bronze threshold was a first step, and that really generally we were intending to increase that over time. As to where we are right now and the intent to step it up to a silver threshold within a particular time frame, I don't have that information myself, though.
So maybe I'll just put it as a motion that staff report back, and with sort of increasing our sustainability threshold. And if there is work, I guess we can make it part of that report. If not, I guess that report can start. Just looking at, I can't speak for all the councillors, but just looking in my area in specific, I do think we can do better. And the fact I do appreciate the first steps, don't get me wrong, but the fact we're in a climate change emergency, and I think we can push a little bit more.
Robert? You're not going to work for
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh. So City Clerk, is that a motion or just direction?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the councillor indicated it would be a motion, so it's being typed.
Yeah, I like a motion. I just want to, I'm just asking for a report, and we can discuss more as council later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Is there anyone opposed? I guess not. Carried. We go now to the referred matters list. Do any councillors have any questions regarding the referred matters list? No. Okay, now we go to deferred matters. Staff report regarding application to amend the zoning bylaw and proposed draft subdivision.
Mr. Chair, this item was approved as part of consent.
Oh, yes, my apologies. And our next item, correspondence
has been received. It's now council question period number 15.
Okay, and council question period. Are there any questions? Okay.
I have a question, Chair.
Councillor Mullins, go ahead.
I know that it was just a report by staff. I think it was 5.6, and I think Councillor Bowman brought up the on the, I believe it's Ward 5. I could be wrong. It might be Ward 1, but I think it's Ward 5 on that 2.acre parcel that's on Credit View. I'm surprised that we didn't have questions from Councillor Santos and Councillor Vicente on density on that proposed plan, because that's a perfect spot to do density, because it's on Credit View, and there's opportunity there, being so close to other areas, that we could do some active transportation as well as our public transportation. So maybe that can be, staff can think about it. I know it was just a report, so I don't need an answer tonight. They can come back with that when the report comes back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mullins. Now we move on to public question period.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's 3 questions that have come in. The first is from Sylvia Menezes Roberts, Planning Committee. This evening has seen a number of projects that are high density or substantial in size, much of which is in areas that are currently not well served by transit. At what points in the development process is Brampton Transit brought on board to examine and comment on these applications? When applications are approved, how is Brampton Transit kept informed to ensure that the residents arrive to the area they have transit access to? The medium density housing that a number of councillors are pushing for is entirely possible to make work, but the city does need to ensure services are in place. When council only approves an increase of 30,000 service hours for Brampton Transit, that is not enough to deal with overcrowding on major routes and services to these new areas. When a medium density development adds $5 million a year in property tax, the city may need to take $1 million of that to fund growth-related service hours to make the development work. Are essential services to new development automatically added to the operating budget, or is the city neglecting that these new areas to subsidize previously built sprawl so they don't have to pay their fair share?
Mr. Chairman, Alan Parsons here, just maybe to provide some response to the item there. I can advise that yes, development application staff do circulate each one of our development applications through to transit staff to solicit comments from them. What I can generally advise on is that where there are infill developments, such as the ones that we have worked with and dealt with tonight, that they are generally satisfied and supportive of those applications. I believe we had supportive comments from them identifying no particular objections or concerns with those applications at this point in time. I think that the general understanding in speaking with staff from transit is that yes, those areas of the city with those types of applications are served, and they would then, as necessary going forward, look to revise their service levels in order to meet demand. That's what I can offer on that piece now. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The next question is from Chris McDonald. This is in regards to item 8.4, the Scott Street proposal. The report states that the mobility hub guidelines apply uniformly across the hub, but the guidelines specifically differentiate between buildings at the outer fringe and those at the core. How can an application proceed with such a fundamental error?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the staff has considered the policies associated with the lands, as per our development application and provincial policy. What we've determined really through our review is that the density, really as recommended through our development application report, is appropriate for the site generally. We've considered the planning legislation as well as our own policy and identified that really anchor mobility hubs, such as which the subject lands are within, are a particular area within the city that is sought to receive the highest form of development and density. And so we generally have found that, yes, that the lands are appropriate for the development as proposed for those considerations. There's no particular error that staff sees with our interpretation of the policy.
The third and final question is again from Chris McDonald in regards to item 8.4, the Scott Street proposal. The application fails to align with the term of council priorities. One of the principal goals of the Brampton 2040 vision, according to urban planner Larry Beasley, is to protect the amazing neighborhoods that are here and so much of what people like about living here and not downtown Toronto. How can an application proceed with such a fundamental disconnect between council's direction and the recommendations?
So through you, Mr. Chairman, Alan Parsons here again. Just can generally offer that in working with the area councillors, Councillor Santos and Vicente, yes, we've made arrangements now to work with the applicant and the area residents through our site plan process. It's really through that process that we'll be able to have discussions about really forms of the building on the site, both with respect to our architectural articulation of the building, as well as some stepping matters and massing considerations on the building as well. So yeah, staff is looking forward to having those discussions with the area residents and with the applicants to find out how we can arrive at a building form that can best fit within the area. But in a general sense, from staff's report tonight, we find that the form of development as proposed can be made to suit the surrounding and the character.
Okay, thank you very much. There's no further questions. We now go to, we have no closed session tonight. Our last item of business is adjournment. Our next committee meeting is scheduled to meet Monday, July 27th at 7 p.m. I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to adjourn today's special meeting. Is there anyone opposed? No, thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Stay safe, stay healthy, and most importantly, practice physical distancing and wear a face covering when inside public spaces. And I wish everyone all the best. Good night and happy birthday to a member of committee, Councillor Santos. As I see, it's your birthday as of now, and I wish everyone a safe night. Thank you.